possible tag. So it's a severe thunderstorm warning. There's no tornado warning on it yet, but there is indication that there could be a possible tornado with that as well. So currently right now, just looking, let's look at Mega Doppler real quick in order to look at that storm that's right now that's nearing Benton County right now that has that tornado possible. As we take a look here at reflectivity, you can see that there's quite a bit of rotation with that storm that's moving into Benton County right now, Dan. So
yeah,
these are rapidly intensifying.
Rapidly intensifying, absolutely. And so let's go ahead and we'll bring up weather too if we can. We got an animated looping radar. And by the way, if you're watching our stream, there was a selection that wasn't selected. That's why you couldn't hear any audio. We apologize for that. We had to get that stream back up and working. And so thankfully we did. There's just a few little minor tweaks that we had to adjust. And so here we go. We're going to take you through this storm and we're going to get you through the latest. And we've got a lot of storms to cover. There's multiple areas that are under severe thunderstorm warning. So, and also tornado warning. So first of all, you'll notice this storm that's in the northwest Arkansas area. This is in northwestern Washington County, as well as southwestern Benton County. This is a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. Now, what does this mean? Tornado possible means that there could be a circulation that's strong enough to prompt tornado warning potential. And by the way, if we look at this, you're going to see that with our WeatherBug network camera out of Lincoln, let's go ahead and we're going to go to that if we can. We'll bring that up. Let's bring that up on Weather One. It's a very ominous, dark scene. We got several WeatherBug network cameras. We're going to get the iDrive Arkansas cameras as they come through. And so on Weather One, we'll bring up that Lincoln WeatherBug network camera. First of all, you're going to see the winds really starting to whip up quite a bit. So this will just take just a little bit to load. You can also see those clouds moving along really quick. So this is looking off to the west as the storm is moving rapidly to the northeast. And so this is a storm that's going to miss Lincoln, but it is going to be moving northeast towards the Bentonville area. So let's put a track on this. We'll show you exactly where this is headed as we put a track. And this, by the way, is going to be on Weather 2 that we put this storm track. So there's the area of circulation: Weddington Church 516, Pedro 522, Gallatin right around 530. And so right in the evening, when people are driving, and maybe I've heard there's still several high school football games that are going on, bad idea to have those today. This is what we've been talking about with this severe weather potential. Now I want to go back to Mega Doppler because we want to take a look at the very latest, and we want to cover this storm. We can hear the lightning too that's going on. Here's the tornado warning for the storm that's in the River Valley. So severe thunderstorm warning in northwest Arkansas with a tornado possible tag. That didn't quite meet the upper echelon of a tornado warning with the rotation because it wasn't there, but this storm does. And there's the circulation that's really starting to ramp up. And one of the things, Josh and Zach, that we're looking at is this bright pink area. Those are winds that are racing into the storm. Those are moving away from the radar. So this is known as inflow. Inflow is a sign that this storm is really starting to ramp up its circulation, which, by the way, is located just about at the Sequoia-Leflore County line. I want to do this. I want to do a one image, and then we want to put some roads on here, and we want to take a look at what's happening with this storm. So on Mega Doppler, we got one image. Let's zoom in. Let's plot some roads on exactly where this area of rotation is located. So it's going to be very close to Gans. Gans, you're right near the center of circulation and south of the center of circulation. So here's some roads right here. You can also see those addresses if you live in this area. So you have East 1140 Road. And we go northeast just a little bit more. We're getting into the I-40 area. Muldrow, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. Get downstairs, under something, center a house, keep away from windows, get to your safe place. Here's some other areas. Lynn Lane, also East 1110 Road. And then you have Baldridge, which is going to be very close to the vicinity of this circulation. Now, one of the things that we have here at KNWA and Fox 24 and your Weather Authority team, we got a new product that will let us know if there is, in fact, a tornado on the ground. It's been tried and tested, and it does work very well. We call it the tornado detection. We're not seeing it right now. You see just a little bit of color showing up. If we start seeing a big area of white, the tornado detection is indicating that there is, in fact, a tornado on the ground. But it looks like that circulation might be cycling. It's kind of going through what we call a little bit of a cycling stage. But do not be fooled. These storms could instantly ramp up again. All right, let's get the big picture And we're going to take a look here at, again, we're going to look at live Doppler radar as we bring up the severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. The area of circulation is just northwest of Lincoln. A radar indicated this is 60-mile-an-hour winds, also about just under inch-size hail. So we're looking at penny dime-size hail at about 3/4 of an inch. So the severe criteria on this one is actually the 60-mile-an-hour winds. But remember, tornado possible means that this storm could produce a tornado before a warning gets issued, before a tornado warning gets issued. So a lot going on, multiple storms. We got some storms in Bella Vista right now. Those are not, in fact, having any issue in terms of severity. But every one of these storms could ramp up very quickly, very dramatically. And also, just to let you know, there is another storm that is approaching southern Lafleur County. So we're really going to have 3 major storms that are going to be impacting our area. You can see this is from McCurtain County. This goes until 6 o'clock. There's that tornado warning that's going to be extending into southern Lafleur County. So something to watch for sure. Let's do another track on this, Josh. We're going to do another track on that tornado warned storm. Then we'll pan up to the north. We'll do a your town, your timing for that storm that's tornado possible approaching the western portions of Arkansas. I'll get some weather bug cameras loaded, and we'll take a look on what we can see here with these storms rolling in.
So we have currently the tornado is located just near Baldridge, as you just mentioned. So if you're near Baldridge, you need to be in your tornado shelters now. If there's a tornado on the ground, it is on the ground near you right now. Also, 5:17 p.m. Lone Oak, you need to be in your tornado shelters as well at this current time as this storm races off to the northeast. Also looking at Blue Mouse School at 5:28 p.m. It's just outside of the current tornado warning, but it will be if they issue another one. So also make sure you're taking your tornado precautions. And if you're near Cedarville at about 5:41 p.m., that's still a little ways away, but if this storm continues on its track right now, it will be heading towards you as well. So right now, Baldridge, Lone Oak, Roland, you need to be in your tornado shelters now. Blue Mouse School, this storm is moving towards you as well, and Cedarville at 5:41 p.m. Will also be impacted by this severe thunderstorm.
Yeah, I brought up the camera. I'm going to bring it up here. If we go to weather 2, I'm going to bring up the camera from Lincoln. And first of all, you're going to see not much, which is a sign, by the way, just to let you know, that with these storms, unfortunately, your visibility is not going to be great because these storms are going to be literally almost scraping the ground in terms of that cloud cover. There's a circulation with that storm that has a tornado possible tag as it's approaching northwestern. Yeah, there you go. Let me go back and bring that up again. So there's the Lincoln Weather Bug Network camera, and you can really see the clouds moving along pretty quickly, but it's very tough to see. Now, we are looking to the west, northwest, where that tornado possible area and that area of circulation that's beginning to develop is starting to show. So that's what we're looking at in terms of that storm. We'll go back to the radar now. And by the way, this whole area is under a tornado watch, just to let you know. So if we take a look, there's this severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible until 5:45. Here's the area of circulation. We actually have to take the camera now and point it almost due north as it gets north of Lincoln. But if we look at the velocity image, you're going to see just a little bit of that circulation. It's a kind of an elongated one, but sometimes that can tighten up and lead to what we call a spin-up tornado, where it puts down a tornado just briefly and then pops back up. And they can still do quite a bit of damage. So we've got that severe thunderstorm warning, the tornado possible tag. We still have this storm that's beginning to organize. It looks like, again, just to the west of Muldrow, still has that circulation. If we look at actually the shear tracks and the shear live, we'll look at this area of rotation, and it is starting to ramp up again. Check that out, Josh. You can see that little green area. That is just now crossing I-40. So if you are on I-40, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. Get to a safe place. If you're on I-40, I would recommend getting to a gas station, especially west of Fort Smith, from about Fort Smith to Salisaw. That's a good idea right there, especially just to the west of Muldrow. So now it's going to be crossing I-40 pretty soon. That radar image is probably a little delayed. If we go back to Mega Doppler is really some of the best technology, and there is that circulation that's beginning to ramp up right there over I-40. It's already crossed I-40, so we'll have a good idea. We actually could bring up in the production control room, let's bring up some iDrive Arkansas cameras and take a look at what the evening commute is going to be like for some of those people that are venturing out with this. So there's that rotation. Let's bring up the normalized rotation and you can see that area of circulation beginning to increase in intensity. There it is. This is starting to increase. So a sign that perhaps this storm is cycling and now is getting closer to perhaps putting down a tornado. Some of the areas that need to be immediately taking shelter is, as you can see, Redland. That's one of the roads northwest of Muldrow. We also have a road right here, South 4720 road. And that 1080, 108, 598, that's your address. If you hear that, you're in the path of this tornado. You'll notice Richard McGee Road, that's north of Muldrow. And then this highway right here, this is State Highway. It looks like it got truncated. Let's go ahead and we'll take off that data. State Highway 648. So north of Muldrow, State Highway 648. There's that circulation. All right. So some of our iDrive Arkansas cameras, if we got any of those loaded, there you see an area. And so this looks like northwest Arkansas, I imagine. Is that correct? All right. Northwest Arkansas. This certainly looks like I-49 at Walton Boulevard. So that is looking south. That's exit 85. And you're looking south. And yeah, you can see the rain coming down. Let's go back to our mega Doppler source, and we'll continue to check out that circulation. And so there it is, starting to ramp up. And look at the little curl. Look at the little tail in the reflectivity. Sometimes that's the rain that's starting to spin around that area of circulation. So
it's definitely gotten a lot stronger.
Yeah, it has gotten
since the last
stronger.
couple of scans.
Absolutely. If we start seeing these green shades really brighten up, Josh, that's a sign that we're starting to get what's called the rear flank downdraft. And that rear flank downdraft, Josh, is a sign that maybe this storm is just about to put down a tornado. So,
yeah, these QLCS type events, you have to look for those subtle little rotations right there. And that's what we're seeing right now with this one.
Yeah, also the rear inflow surges. It's a fancy word, but you see this little drop in rain colors. That's called a rear inflow surge. So what's essentially happening is the storm's pushing itself out. And then as you have that warm, moist inflow that's ahead of it, that's where you have the area of circulation. This is now north of I-40. So I-40 is still getting rain and storms, but not a concern in terms of the tornado potential. Let's go back and zoom out. And on Mega Doppler, we like to look at both of them, by the way, both frames, both images at the same time, because on the left, you've got the reflectivity image. But in order to see the way the rain is moving within a storm, you have to look at the velocity image, and that's what we have, storm relative velocity here. So we've got this showing that area of rotation, and that's in Sequoyah County now. Pretty soon, I'm imagining this tornado warning is going to be dropped for northern LaFleur County. Northern LaFleur County will be dropped from that tornado warning, but then southern LaFleur County, you got another storm headed your way. Octavia, you need to be watching this. And this is, by the way, a confirmed tornado. This is Josh and I have been watching this one. This has produced multiple debris signatures, so and spotter reported tornadoes. So this is a supercell that's going to be tracking northeast and will eventually make it into southern LaFleur County in about an hour to an hour and a half. So it is on the way, and it is moving that way. So definitely an issue. Let's get to, I know we got Facebook Live rolling. We also got our streams rolling. So you can watch this if the storm moves in and knocks out your TV signal or satellite. We've also got it on radio too. Our radio partners streaming our weather coverage. We got Cumulus radio stations along with KLRC, our partnership with them. And let's zoom out here and take a look at the big picture. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to look at on Weather 2. We're going to zoom out and we're going to take a look. We still have that severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. We'll look at that area of circulation in just a bit. That is heading to the northeast. Here's where you don't need to be concerned at the moment, okay? At the moment, if you're in Carroll County, Madison County, Franklin County, Johnson County, all these counties, you haven't had the storms yet. You're not experiencing them now. So if you step outside, you're like, there's no storms, there's nothing going on. That's because it's all west of you. But let's put this into motion, and you will clearly see that these storms are headed your way. And not only that, but more energy is moving in. And so this is not your typical supercells that are just moving in, very isolated supercells that are easy to spot. This is where you have a bunch of different storms that will have the potential to rotate. Like, look at this storm just to the west of Eufaula. That's moving northeast, and that's an isolated cell, and that's going to still be in an environment that could perhaps produce tornadoes. So let's go ahead and we'll pause this loop. We'll go to the end of it, and we'll take a look. So let's run through all the warnings. Tornado warning in McCurtain County, which is a little south of our area. We're going to work from south to north. So we got the tornado warning going till 6. So in about an hour, that could be moving into just a little under an hour, could be moving into southern LaFleur County. Tornado warning for this storm that we've been watching that has ramped up a little bit. And we'll get to Mega Doppler to get a better view of this image, but that goes till 5:30. So we're 5:18. And we also have a severe thunderstorm warning that's on top of that until 5:30 with that tornado possible tag that was issued earlier. And then we've got the severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag till 5:45. You can see the counties included in that: Adair, Benton, and Northwestern Washington County. All right, now real quick, we'll take a look at the velocity images on this. So still an area of rotation that's showing up and maybe tightening up a little bit just to the east of Siloam Springs. This is an area that we'll have to watch. You can get up our WeatherBug Network camera from Siloam and point it east and see if we can see anything. Josh, wouldn't be a bad idea to do that. Then we take a look here at the rotation that's just north of Muldrow, still showing up, and that's moving northeast. So let's do a storm track on this as we move this to the northeast. I want to give you an idea exactly where this is headed and when. And so we'll take it northeast. And so here's some of the areas that will be impacted by this. You have Remy at 5:25, and then it's going to be moving towards Dripping Springs at about a little after 5:30. And then you can see an area, Dripping Springs, Cumberland Presbyterian Church. We got points of interest on here to let you know where the storm is headed and exactly where it's moving to. Also, too, you can see the northern end of the line starting to rotate a little bit more as well. Okay, Josh, we're going to continue to monitor this and maybe a little bit more of a circulation now that's popping up a little bit more north of where the previous circulation is. That's what's going to happen with these storms. So Josh is cycling through this, and you can see, let's put this into motion. Let's do a radar loop throughout the whole thing. So here's where the warning gets issued, and then you can see the storm kind of gusting out, but then a new circulation starting to pop up northeast of Atkins. But we still have that tornado warning until 5:30 with this storm. The good news is, though, this storm in particular is going to miss the Fort Smith Van Buren area. So it's going to be way north of there. Josh, any reports on NWS chat at all? Anything that's coming out, or even Zach? We have Zach in the weather lab too, Zach Gilday. But what do you have going on NWS chat? Is everything pretty quiet right now?
Yeah, it's quiet at this current time. Not getting any reports of damage in our coverage area yet, but continuing to watch that. A lot of people at the National Weather Service saying maybe that some of these storms may be weakening just a little bit. I think in particular they're talking about the one that's moving into LaFleur County right now.
Yeah,
that had that confirmed tornado earlier. Maybe the environment's not as favorable. But at this current time, no reports of damage yet in our coverage area. But some of these storms that are to our west are getting reports of damage at this current time.
Okay.
So, certainly something that we have to watch, because this is a pretty powerful system. This is maybe multiple rounds of thunderstorms over the same areas.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. And another thing, too, that we looked at is the environment is going to get increasingly more favorable, unfortunately, as we go throughout 6, 7 o'clock. It's almost like flipping on a light switch. These storms might be missing that one ingredient, and then all of a sudden, when the low-level winds kick in and the instability starts to increase, and it starts nudging in right at the last second as the storm system approaches. So we're not done yet.
That low-level jet's going to kick in during the evening hours, and those storms may crank up.
Yeah, and what that is low-level winds about 1,500 to 3,000 feet above the ground, and that creates the wind shear, if you will, for storms to rotate. So we'll continue to monitor that and watch that as well. If we can, let's go ahead and we'll take Weather 2 Full real fast, and we'll take Weather 2 Full, and you'll get to see exactly what we've got with this storm, and you can see that area of circulation with the storm that's tornado warned to the south. That will continue to be there, and then we take a look at the storms that are moving into northwest Arkansas. New severe thunderstorm warning that's being issued right now. And we'll take a look at that.
And that's for LaFleur County with a tornado possible tag on it as well.
So are they dropping are they keeping is that just an updated, or is that, okay, that's the southern LaFleur County. So we got a that's the southern LaFleur County storm. So now we have a warning in LaFleur County that's moving in as well. So about another 8 minutes or so, tornado warning will be dropped unless this thing doesn't ramp up. But as you can see, still a tornado warning for McCurtain County. Now the northern edge of that storm now has that tornado possible with severe thunderstorm warning until 6 o'clock. So a lot of activity going on, a lot of storms. We can hear the rumbles of thunder. We are under a tornado watch officially until 8 o'clock in the evening, and you can see that on the map. We also have aerial flood advisories too because of the heavy rain. So these storms will produce heavy rain, torrential downpours. Let's get to some other iDrive Arkansas cameras. We can load those up on our WeatherBug network camera on our a WeatherBug source if you want, and we'll bring up some of those, Josh.
Yes.
In the meantime, I'm going to take control of Mega Doppler. There you see one of our weather cameras from Springdale. A little bit of light rain that's falling across northwest Arkansas, and so you can see that happening right there. But let's go back to our Mega Doppler source. I'm going to take a look at this. I'm going to take control, and this is the area of circulation that we're watching. It's kind of become a little less organized. There's no doubt about that. The circulation's a little bit less, and so this is something that we're going to watch as it continues to move north. Let's go ahead and we'll move the mouse in the middle of the screen here, if you can, on Mega Doppler for me, Josh. All right, so the reflectivity, this is that tornado warned storm. Thank you. So this is the tornado warned storm that's continuing to move northeast. And so let's take a look here. Bellefonte, you also have Atkins. This is that little area of circulation that we're going to watch, that little area of rotation. So let's go ahead and we'll move it just up a little bit to the north. And so there's that area of rotation that we're going to be watching just in northeastern Sequoyah County. There's the normalized rotation that's moving northeast. So all these areas right here could in fact produce a brief tornado. At the moment, they're starting to ramp up just a little bit, but tornado warning goes until 5:30. And here's a new flash flood warning that now we have issued. So not only are we seeing that severe weather threat, but we're also seeing heavy rain. And one of the things that is maybe a blessing with these storms is that they aren't the very small isolated supercells. They're not the isolated supercells, so that means that the tornado potential may be a little less in the northwest Arkansas area in terms of the significant tornado potential. So that's good news, right, Josh? We have just thunderstorms all over. What that's going to do is kind of cool the atmosphere, even though we have the tremendous amount of wind shear, and we won't let our guard down. If you had an isolated supercell come through, it would be able to tap into the environment a little bit more, and it would become a little more favorable for that severe weather potential.
Yeah,
So,
we were a little concerned earlier because we were getting reports, and we saw outside too the peaks of sunshine that we had earlier in the day that may enhance the instability a little bit. When you get these thunderstorms, though, at ahead of that energy, it can stabilize the atmosphere a little bit and sap that instability before that low-level jet or the stronger shear can start kicking in, which is good, which is what we want.
Exactly. So I don't know if we have anybody monitoring the Facebook Live comments. I'm sure we have a ton of comments that are coming out. And I know people might want to know about their town and kind of make it like a interactive, severe weather coverage. But you can see all of these storms now on the I-49 corridor, along with all the lightning that's out there, tremendous amount of lightning on Mega Doppler. And we still have that severe thunderstorm with a tornado possible tag. This is for, again, southern Benton County. There's the area. Let's see if it has any type of circulation. Just kind of some gusty winds. There's going to be some strong winds, probably 40, 50, maybe up to 60 miles an hour. At least, it could be up to 60 miles an hour with this storm. And not really a whole lot of areas of rotation, maybe a little bit showing up right there just to the west of Springdale. So, yeah, as a matter of fact, I want to look at our WeatherBug network camera from Arvest and see if we can, in fact, see that. So be looking for that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and bring that up. Josh, let's put us, we haven't done a storm track in a while. Let's do a storm track on this.
Yeah, so we're doing a storm track on that storm that's moving into the River Valley right now.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, we'll do that tornado warning.
Yes. Pull that up for you right now here.
All right, so I want to look at this area of circulation and see if we can see that.
Yeah, so right now at this current time, Roland, that's where the area of the rotation is over right now. So if you're in Roland, make sure that you're in a tornado shelter right now. You have to be in one at this current time. 5:45 p.m., figure 5, 5:49 Cedarville. We talked about Cedarville earlier. So if we do have another tornado warning, that would be issued over Cedarville. 6:05 p.m. Mountainburg, 6:09 p.m. Lake Fort Smith. Could also see this thunderstorm go over those areas as well, as long as it maintains its rotation. At this current time, not another tornado warning issued on that storm for those areas, but again, that's where that storm's tracking right now. If it does intensify, there will be another tornado warning over those same areas near Crawford County.
Yeah, you can really see the low-level winds cranking up, and it is really hard. There's not a whole lot of visibility with these storms, but on Weather 2, we've got Mega Doppler pulled up, and area of circulation that's looking a little bit concerning is in southwestern Benton County. This is that severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag, and that's moving northeast. And so if we look from the west on our WeatherBug Network cameras, we'll take a look here on the Springdale. So this is the Harbor High School WeatherBug Network camera. There's just not really a whole lot of visibility. And you know why? That's because all the rain that's ahead of it. It's not your typical isolated supercell, but if you look real close, you can see some low-level clouds just above the horizon, and they're moving really fast. So that would be the leading edge of that storm that would have that potential to rotate. Now, if there is a tornado or any type of tornado potential, we're not going to see it very easily. The visibility is not going to be there. So this is something that it's going to be tricky. And on top of that, too, we're getting closer to sunset, and these storms will continue to go in eastern sections of our weather coverage area, even well after sunset. So that's one of our WeatherBug Network cameras. We'll bring up another one, and this is, again, looking west from Arkansas Children's Northwest as it pops up. There's a wide view of the radar, just not a lot of visibility.
So that tornado warning has been allowed to expire.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
That's good news. Before we drop off on severe weather coverage on TV, we just got to make sure that there won't be any additional warnings, because this tornado warning is about to approach southern Lafleur County, and there's a chance that gets issued very soon.
Rotation is still quite strong on Mega Doppler.
Yeah, let's take a look here at that, and we'll look at the velocity. Yeah, that is a very strong circulation. And this will probably be moving very soon into southern Lafleur County, which is a part of our weather coverage area. And then that storm will continue to track northeast and move into a very favorable environment for the potential for strong to violent tornadoes. And by the way, this is a type of storm that you have to watch. You know why? Because it's that isolated cell. See how it's all by itself? This storm that's rotating and has a tremendous tornado signature is moving northeast and moving into our weather coverage area. So, and also too, we have that area of rotation that's popping up just to the west of Springdale. And that's something that we have to watch too, if that circulation ramps up, and it can happen quick. We know it can happen quick. So there's that area of rotation. I'd love to see that start to weaken before we drop off as well. So in this type of environment, these things can ramp up really quick and really fast. So if we take a look, let's look at the normalized rotation on this one, and you're going to see that area of rotation that's really showing up. Now, keep in mind, this is quite a ways away from the radar. Let's look at that one in the northwest Arkansas area. So this is going to be in the northwestern Washington and southern Benton County area. Let's go back to that real quick. And in the meantime, what we'll do is we'll bring up our WeatherBug Network camera. So let's zoom out on that, and we'll take a look here at the storm that is in right there. Yeah, this area, right at the little southern appendage. Let's zoom in on that and look at that area of rotation. Kind of elongated, still showing up. How long does that warning go for right there?
Yeah, severe thunderstorm warning. That one goes until
let's see here. It goes till 5:45, so another 15 minutes, a little 14 minutes to be exact. So sometimes these storms can ramp up really quick, and I hate to drop off and then all of a sudden something pops up. But we'll continue to watch it. We'll keep monitoring it. Now, here's the good news. We're going to continue to stream that severe weather coverage on Facebook Live, even though we might break off briefly from severe weather coverage on the news. And I imagine Mike Allen is getting ready for Fox 24 News at 5:30, and we're going to be having that report in just a bit. But we're going to continue to monitor these storms, watch the latest. If something else happens, looks like we have Hugo confirmed injury due to tree falling, and that was just a little bit west from these storms. So we do have injuries. We do have damage on NWS Chat, which is a stream that's to the Weather Service. But a couple areas of circulation that we're going to watch, and we're going to continue to monitor as it moves closer. Let's go ahead and Yeah, let's bring up on level 1. And so I just want to show you what we're watching with that storm. So tornado possible. This goes until 5:45. That area of circulation showing up. If it ramps up really quickly, we'll be back on the air and we'll let you know about it. But for now, if you're watching KNWA, we're going to return you back to programming on Fox 24. We've got Fox 24 News at 5:30 coming up in just a bit. And we'll continue that stream on knwa.com, streaming live, as well as Facebook Live. So keep it here with your weather authority for the latest.
Your life, your news. You're watching Fox 24 News at 5:30.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Mike Allen. Severe weather, of course, in our area right now. If you've been watching Dan Scoff and our severe weather team, they've been working on getting you the latest information. And if we're able to bring in Dan right now just to give us a little overview, would be great to get him on. Okay, looks like we're being told no Dan right now. Do we have Macy Davis live in the River Valley? Can I get confirmation on that? Yes, looks like we're going to be able to bring in one of our reporters, Macy Davis, talking about potential severe weather in the River Valley and the preparations going on there. Let's try to pop her up here on our screen. Macy, you talk to the Sebastian County Emergency Department.
Okay, guys, we're going to continue to watch this, but we have a newscast. It's in the middle of the time. The storm that's in Benton County, we're watching it. It's not right now impending tornado potential, but we are in the middle of the newscast. We will continue that stream. And Josh is going to take the reins while I set up KNWA's and Fox 24's weather system. So I've got to go through this and set this up.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and take a look at Mega Doppler on that severe thunderstorm that is located over Benton County. Remember, this has a tornado possible tag on it. So no tornado warning yet, but the National Weather Service thought this was a strong enough storm that they had a tag on it that said there could be a tornado. A tornado is possible with the storm. So right now, it looks like it's pretty elongated in terms of its rotation, but as we saw with a few storms earlier, that can change very, very quickly, especially with the amount of shear that we have in place. If we take a look at the normalized rotation, you can see there is some pretty strong rotation on the southern
and you can't see it at all on the weather cameras.
No.
At all.
And that's going to be the struggle with these storms because they're high precipitation mode, multi-cluster cells. So it's going to be hard to see them or hard to see the tornado if there is one on the ground if you're looking at cameras. But right now, not too impressive on base reflectivity, but you look at storm relative velocity, again, there's still rotation there with that storm. So we're watching that storm closely right now in Benton County. Another area that we're watching in southern portions of the River Valley that's moving towards LaFleur and Scott County right now is this tornado warning that's south of our area. So we're not under this tornado warning right now, but it's moving to the northeast towards our coverage area. And this storm has a history of producing tornadoes. This is in McCurtain County, by the way, right now, just to the south of LaFleur. So at this time, it's not in LaFleur County, but it is moving towards LaFleur County, and it looks pretty impressive on radar right now. We take a look at normalized rotation on that. You can see, again, there's a TVS signature on it as well with that.
That's the one that's south of LaFleur.
That's the one that's south of LaFleur.
We're probably going to have a warning on that really soon.
Yes, and this one has a history of producing long track tornadoes. So
okay,
we've been watching this one.
I'm ready to do
for a long time. We've been watching this one since 3:30. So this one is one that we certainly need to keep an eye on, and you can see there very strong rotation. Let's look at our new.
Okay, remember, you got to be a little. Got to be a little quieter when we start off our newscast. So and this is the microphone.
Yes, so we're looking right here at PTDS, which is the potential tornado detection system, so possible tornado detection system. So right now, not too impressive on it, but you can see some white showing up there. And usually
keep watching that. If you see anything, let me know.
If we see whites on that, that usually means that there could be a tornado on the ground. So we're watching this one closely. Let's go back to reflectivity on this so you can see what it is, and it's pretty impressive. So this storm right now, south of our weather coverage area, south of LaFleur in McCurtain County right now, that's where that tornado warning is. And that's going to expire at 6 o'clock p.m. But it's moving to the northeast towards LaFleur and Scott County right now. So we'll continue to watch that thunderstorm. Here in northwest Arkansas, there's that severe thunderstorm that we talked about earlier with the tornado possible.
For a look at this forecast, that's the break.
At this current time, no tornado warning.
Yeah, we've got a storm that's most likely going to have a tornado warning for southern LaFleur County very soon. There's additional storms that are rotating, starting to rotate a little faster. You can see that behind me. This is right on the Washington-Benton County line. And coming up in your forecast, we're going to continue to watch this. If, in fact, this does get warned while we're during commercial break, we'll let you know about it. We'll come back on, and we'll be back in just a bit with your Fox 20 forecast.
Okay, so
All right.
this storm that is in Benton County looks a little bit stronger right
That's an
now.
8 log right there.
So Dan's
Sorry, I
moving
had to
at this
set up
time.
the stream.
Yep, Dan's
All right.
moving the radar.
Josh
right
will
now.
get better at this, but we just, just training. Like you have to go by, you have to bounce back in order for me to do weather because they would see the Fox stream and they would just see the weather.
Mhm.
Now, let me know if you guys are hearing us. The sound is okay. I know that the sound isn't great because we're in the middle of a newscast and we're in the studio that the newscast is being broadcasted. So we can't talk super loud.
Yeah.
But the reason that we stay on the Facebook Live is because we don't have a tornado warning in our area, so we can't stay on the air.
Mhm.
We have a severe thunderstorm with a tornado possible tag. We're watching it closely. If something ramps up rapidly, we'll let you know about it and we'll hop on. But one of the things is we don't want to drop the stream and then have to come back on. So that's why we continue with Facebook Live and let you know about it. So that's why Josh is doing that because I've got the newscast that I have to do.
Yeah.
Originally, the sound was not bad was not good at the beginning. This is a circulation that's starting to ramp up. Folks that are in northwest Arkansas need to be watching this storm west of Springdale, west of Tawnytown closely.
It's strengthening. It's definitely
It
gotten
is.
stronger over the last few scans. And yes, and this is what we're talking about. QLCS type events, rapid intensification.
You can't see
these things can
anything.
tighten up very quickly. But it's very difficult.
You
if you're
can't see
these storms
anything.
outside.
This is going to
Yeah.
be totally rain wrapped
Yep.
if it's anything.
We call those cloud scrapers or
Okay,
ground
good.
scrapers.
How long do I have?
So Dan's doing his weather forecast in just a moment here right now, but we're going to continue to watch this storm while he's
Do a
doing it.
mega Doppler too for me, Josh.
Yes.
All right, just to let you know, we're watching this storm pretty closely. This circulation is really starting to ramp up, and this is a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. You can see the areas of pink and green that are showing up, and we want to do a storm track on this, and we're going to do that here in just a little bit. But let's go ahead and look at the reflectivity image. There's also another area of circulation southwest of Bella Vista, and so this storm, and you can't see anything. If we look at our WeatherBug network camera from Springdale, you just look to the west, you can't even see a storm. So we also have these storms that were earlier tornado warned. Now, all the warnings have been dropped, but here's a circulation that is very strong. Oh my goodness. Southwest of Pickens, this is a very intense storm that is going to be moving into southern LaFleur County. And if you live in Zenobia, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. In fact, I think we have a new warning that's coming out right now for the LaFleur County area.
Yep.
So we need to start our severe weather coverage again. So Zenobia, Octavia, this is a very intense storm, and this is likely going to be a tornado warning that's extended into southern LaFleur County, as we mentioned. So there's the area of circulation. Let's go ahead and get ready for so here we are on severe weather coverage. So we do want to go ahead and launch the stream, Josh. So make sure you do that with everything. Okay, you got it. Yep. You're perfect. Line into audio, and then you got to go to PCR. There you go. All right. So here's our live severe weather coverage. We have a new tornado warning that's being issued, and it does include a likely southern LaFleur County. This is a very intense, strong circulation. Let's zoom out because it doesn't appear that that's updating. So we might have a tornado warning for the storm that's to the north. So let's go ahead and we'll take a look at the wide view. There's that rotation there that we really have to watch. So let's go to, yep, there it is. Southern LaFleur County, new tornado warning. We're going to zoom in on that. We're going to keep the radar still. On weather one, Josh, we want to do a storm track on this because we got to let people know ahead of time. This is a storm that could seriously impact your lives. This is an intense circulation. We're talking about a strong tornado as it's moving northeast. This is a tornado that has a history of producing damage, also a history of producing tornadoes with this supercell. And this is about as intense as it gets as it's moving northeast towards Novia and Octavia. And I know there's several people in Octavia. They need to be taking their tornado precautions right now with this storm. So southern LaFleur County, new tornado warning. This is the one we were talking about when we were streaming earlier. And, we kind of had a little bit of a lull in between warnings, but we knew this was coming back up. And that's why we didn't completely drop the stream on Facebook Live on knwa.com and all the different streaming sites. But there is that circulation. All right, Josh, you got a track on that as it moves to the northeast. Let's go ahead and we'll take a look at that.
Yes, sir, I do. So if you're in the Pickens area right now, that's south of our coverage area. But if you're in Pickens and you're able to see this stream, you need to be in your tornado shelter now, because this rotation is right on top of you. And if there's a tornado on the ground, you don't have any time left. But in our coverage area right now, 6:21 p.m. Hughes, it will be impacted by this thunderstorm. We also got 626 Big Cedar just to the northeast, 634 Cedar Lake North Shore. So if you're outside right now, you need to get in area right now, a shelter, because this storm is moving fast to the northeast. These storms are moving rapidly right now. And then at 6:37 p.m. Page as well will be impacted by this thunderstorm. But it's moving very, very fast, Dan. These are fast-moving storms. You're not going to have a lot of time to take cover with.
It is, and they're ramping up quick, and that's why I also want to take a look, zip up to northern sections of the weather coverage area. We're all the way south, the very southern tip of our weather coverage area, but now we got to go to Benton, Washington County, because that area of circulation, we don't want to let our guard down on that as well, even though there's no official warning on that. There's still a very intense circulation that's showing up, and that has that potential right on the southern tip, right on the nub, if you will, of that area of. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and we'll take up one of our WeatherBug Network cameras. This is the Pinnacle Hills area. So Pinnacle Parkway Towers. It's going to be on weather. Yeah, so there you go. There's an iDrive Arkansas camera. You can see that's our WeatherBug Network camera. Yeah, that's looking. We want to, by the way, point that to the west if we can. So we're going to move that camera when we can, moving to the west. So first of all, there's that area of circulation, and it's kind of weakened on the last scan just a little bit. Refractivity on the right side, the velocity on the left. That's that area of rotation. But the most significant storm, hands down, by far, is going to be moving into southern LaFleur County. Now, this could be the potential for a long track tornado that makes its way into LaFleur County, all the way into Scott County. So you might want to consider thinking about taking your, preparing to get to your safe place in Scott County as well, as it will be tracking towards that area. And so I want to go back. Let's do one. This is a little bit of a messy image. It's a little bit confusing. Let's just go to one reflectivity image, just one solid image, and let's get the lightning off of there so we can see exactly what we've got with this storm. So there's a supercell. And if you zoom out here and get to the wider view, you're going to notice that we got western Scott County. Now, if we take this track and we move it northeastward, and it will likely remain northeastward, and let's put it into motion, you're going to see this tracking into southern LaFleur County, Scott County, and even the potential for southern Sebastian County. This is the supercell that you need to be concerned with. It's isolated. It's out ahead of everything. There are additional storms, though, that are starting to ramp up, including one that is northwest of Tallahena. You can see that storm that's starting to increase as well. Let's stop the loop at the end. Let's look at the velocity image on one panel, and let's see if there's any type of circulation with this storm that's near Tallahena that's moving into central LaFleur County. So all of these storms, you can really see how this energy is taking over. And let's look at that velocity image. And so, yeah, maybe a little bit there and a little bit there. So there are actually two areas of circulation. Let's move in real quick on that storm. That is really intense. Let's look at our tornado detection and see if that shows up on this. And so we've got the velocity image, and not quite well. Zoom in on the Pickens area. Let's see if we got any white blobs. It's getting close. Not quite tornado detection yet, but it could be because the radar beam is a little too high off the ground. Now, this is a new tool, by the way, that we have to the Weather Authority team. And it's a new tool that determines the probability of debris in a tornado. And so if it ever turns white and you see a solid area of white, you know a tornado is on the ground. It's not 100% certain, but confidence is over 90%. So there's that area of rotation. This is very intense. This, by the way, is in Pickens. And we also have heavy rain that's falling on top of the severe weather threat. Let's go ahead and click on the flash flood. Look at that circulation. Man, that is an intense storm. This is a very dangerous severe weather situation for southern LaFleur County. We need to be getting to your safe place and taking your tornado precautions, such as downstairs, under something, center a house, keep away from windows. So in southern LaFleur County, this is where you need to go, as low as you possibly can, under something, get underneath pillows, blankets, a mattress. If you have a helmet, my wife and kids were looking for the helmets today. You need to put a helmet on. Most of the tornado deaths happen from people getting impacted from their head from flying debris. So cover your head. That's one of the vulnerable spots. Center of your house or center of your building. That's the best idea. Now, if you have windows on all walls, such as a mobile home or maybe a manufactured home, you need to be getting out of that and get to a sturdier shelter. Keep away from windows is that last bit of tornado safety. And remember, never, if you're in a vehicle, you want to get out of that vehicle and in a ditch, never seek shelter under an overpass and never stay in a mobile home. Not a good idea to do that, especially with the type of storms that we're dealing with. All right, Josh, let's do a storm track on these. I'm going to see if we can see any type of images or any type of visual at all on our WeatherBug Network cameras, and I just don't think we can.
Yeah, so right now this thunderstorm is imminent for Octavia right now. 6:09 p.m. is when that storm's expected to arrive there. So you've only got a few more minutes left to get to your tornado safe rooms right now with this tornado. It's a very dangerous storm. A lot of these thunderstorms too have a history of producing tornadoes, this particular one. So if you're in Octavia, make sure you're taking cover now. 6:20 p.m. So in about 20, 30 minutes, Big Cedar, you need to start getting your preparedness plan in place right now and take action. These storms are moving very, very quickly off to the northeast, and they could rapidly intensify as well. 6:31, Page, 6:42, Black Fork as well, 6:48, Sugar Creek, and at 7:01 in West Hartford. So this thunderstorm right now, if you're near Octavia, you need to be taking shelter immediately. I think Mike Allen also has some information on some power outages as well across the area, Dan.
Yeah, Mike,
right.
Go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, if my mic is hot, I'll go ahead and give you guys the update. 63 outages in LaFleur County, 209 power outages in Benton County, and we have 49 in Washington County. So looks like actually Northwest Arkansas, as far as power outages, being affected more right now than LaFleur County, guys.
Yeah, it makes sense, too, because more of the storms have impacted Northwest Arkansas. They're just starting to get into LaFleur County. We did have that one storm that clipped northwestern LaFleur County, but overall, the majority of the storm activity has been in areas of Northwest Arkansas. So, but not anymore as we got this storm that's coming our way. Flash flood warning on top of the tornado warning, on top of a severe thunderstorm warning. Got all sorts of things going on with this storm. And this is radar indicated flash flooding with that isolated supercell. So we really got to make sure we track this down on this storm as it moves into southern LaFleur County, as it could get a little bit dicey, especially during the evening as we get closer to 6 o'clock. So let's go to weather 2 if we can. We'll look at a wide picture. And so here's the storm activity. You can clearly see the back edge of the line, which is why we said no problems for Saturday for the weather. But Friday evening, wow, a lot of storms. This is a strong system. There are thunderstorms blowing up all over the place, and we're going to have multiple hours of tornado warnings, especially with this isolated cell. But notice at the very last image here, you can kind of see that 3 cells are starting to take over. And so this is a sign that that energy is beginning to move in. You got one cell that's north of I-40, got another isolated cell that's southwest of Poto that's moving northeast of Tallahena. And then you got the other storm that has a tornado warning that is going to be confirmed here real soon. Now, one of the reasons that it might not be confirmed is because it's a little far away from the radar. So it's going to be tough to get that tornado debris signature, the TDS. It's going to be tough to get visual. Number one, it's very hilly. The terrain is not very favorable in this area. This is what we call the jungle of southeast Oklahoma. And like we said, it's kind of a radar hole. There's not a radar that's very close to this storm. Now, the closer it moves northeast to the radar of Fort Smith, we're going to get a better idea on if this is in fact a confirmed tornado. But the velocity image is very, very impressive. And so if we look at Mega Doppler, you're going to see That's legit right there. That's about as textbook as it gets with your circulation. Now let me show you what we're looking at. Why don't we zoom in on that storm, and let's put some streets on there as well in just a bit. But this is what we're watching: is these red colors. That's rain moving away from the radar, and the green and blues and even pinks, that's moving towards the radar. And when you get to the pink level, you're talking about velocity over 80 miles an hour, almost over 100 miles an hour. So you have 100-mile-an-hour winds that are racing towards the center of the storm. And then you have about 80 to 100-mile-an-hour winds that are moving away from the storm. So there is your circulation associated with that north of Pickens. And that is about to cross into a very, very intense storm in McCurtain County that's about to cross into southern Lafleur County. So there you see Honobia. There's the county line that's located for McCurtain County to Lafleur County. So this is knocking on the doorstep of our weather coverage area, but the warning is already included in this. We got to do a track on this. We got to make sure this track is updated. How fast does this storm appears to be moving, Josh?
Yeah, we just got an update from the National Weather Service on this tornado warning. It's been extended until 6:30 p.m. For southern Lafleur County. Right now, it's moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. So this storm is moving. It's booking it right now, Dan. And so if you're near Big Cedar, Page, Black Fork, or Sugar Creek, you need to be taking your tornado precautions now because this storm is moving fast. So, yeah, definitely a very strong system. I'm keeping an eye on NWS chat for any reports of confirmed tornadoes, but definitely very impressive on velocity.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. Keep an eye on that. We're going to be hyper-focused on this region as it moves into that southern part of our warning area. Now, I want to look at northwest Arkansas because remember, we have those storms that were kind of showing some signs of rotation, but have since weakened and don't look as impressive. Let's go back to, if we can, weather 2. And so we want to cover the whole area. And we got a large area, one part of the area a little bit more susceptible to significant severe weather this evening. Northwest Arkansas, you can see some storm activity, but this is not anything severe. In fact, the warning has been dropped. If we look at the velocity image, let's see if there's any type of circulation associated with this. And so probably not. Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like there will be. And so, no, that's completely weakened. That's completely gone. So that's good news with that. Circulation is gone, which is starting to increase and then kind of weakened again. So that's good news for Northwest Arkansas. If you're watching us, yes, you're getting heavy rain. Yes, you're getting storms. But keep in mind, there are additional storms that are coming your way. And in fact, heavy rain as well. That's probably going to be one of the threats here as these storms roll in. But one of the things is with all of this activity that's already popped up out ahead of the initial supercells, that's where you start to lose that instability. That's where you start to lose the fuel for these thunderstorms. But notice, new tornado watch has been issued farther east. Remember how it only included areas of the River Valley. It did not include Logan and Scott County. So we'll take a look at the latest warning, latest watch here. There's the tornado watch, severe thunderstorm warning, tornado warning, all that from that one isolated cell. This is why, by the way, going until midnight. Now, that doesn't mean it'll be going to midnight for our entire area. Remember, this tornado watch goes to midnight on the eastern part of the watch. So now we have our entire weather coverage area except for southwest Missouri, where the instability is very lacking until 8 o'clock and until 1 o'clock in the morning. So pretty, or till midnight, should I say. So tornado conditions still continue in this one cell that's moving into Lafleur County. Things are about to get pretty interesting.
And we haven't seen rain in those areas either. So ahead of this storm. So it's got all the instability to tap into. Low-level jets about to kick in as well. A tremendous amount of wind shear that it's going into. We talked about it strengthening as we go throughout the evening hours. So this is a very dangerous supercell for sure.
Absolutely. And it's going to be moving towards let's do a longer track on this because this is the type of storm, Josh, where we've got to track it out a long ways. And we can do that on Weather 1. And let me know when we have that up in just a bit. So, yeah, let's do a storm track. But you said moving at 50. Make sure you update the track to go to 50. Let's take that to the northeast over a long period of time. So here's what we've got. Heavener, you need to be watching this. It's about an hour from now, a little bit less than an hour, to be honest, 6:45. West Hartford, 7:04. Mansfield, 7:17. Greenwood at 7:30. So these are all areas. Greenwood, I bet you Zach Hall is going to be on this like a fly on stick paper. Boonville, 743. You can see the storm system moving in. So this is that isolated supercell. There hasn't been any rain to cool things down. This is all by itself. It's tapping into a very ripe tornado environment, and therefore we need to watch the storm. In fact, why don't we bring up the tornado potential just to show people what we're talking about with this storm. So, yeah, there you see the tornado detection confirmed.
Yeah.
We've got a tornado on the ground, folks. You'll see that very soon, that it will be confirmed. This is a new product that we have with the Weather Authority team.
It just was now confirmed.
And there it is, confirmed. So we have a confirmed tornado just to the southeast of Honobia, a tornado on the ground with this storm. So confirmed tornado that is doing damage. Yes, it's going to be crossing some rugged terrain in the Ouachitas, but this is the type of storm, it won't weaken. It'll climb up mountains. It'll drop down in valleys. We have a confirmed tornado doing damage southwest Lafleur County. It just crossed into the state line. So this is very rural at the moment, but still some people live in this area. Let's zoom in, weigh in, and we'll take a look at some roads. And we want to go, oh yeah, that's it. This white area that you're seeing, that's debris, 100%, no doubt. Confirmed tornado, and they've already issued that with the Weather Service. So areas that are getting hit, let's see. So Klein Road looks like. What highway would that be? Just to the south of Klein Road.
Yeah, that's State Highway
23 or no?
No, that's State Highway 144.
144. Okay. Let's zoom out just a little bit, and we want to go northeast because we want to give people an idea exactly where this is headed. So let's go ahead and we'll bring up some of these rural areas. Little Eagle Trail. If you're watching us and you live on the beautiful Ouachitas, this is an area that you really need to be concerned with. This is a strong tornado that's moving through. Look at the debris signature too. What does the latest warning say? So tornado on the ground, southwest Lafleur County.
Yeah, at 5:57 p.m., a confirmed tornado is located 12 miles west of Octavia, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. It is a radar confirmed tornado. So they're probably looking at the same exact product we are right now.
Yeah, well, they're looking at the CC. They're looking at the correlation coefficient drop. Let's go ahead and we'll bring that up by itself. And let's see if we have a very clear signal.
Clear drop.
But sometimes you see this blue. And so what is that? The correlation coefficient is essentially telling you that the radar is detecting objects of different sizes and different shapes. So you have maybe something that's long and skinny. You have something that's wide and tall. And you can see it's tumbling too. So this is tumbling debris. This is a large debris signature. Let's go back to that velocity image. If you live on Little Eagle Trail, you need to be immediately getting to your safe place. Get as low as you possibly can. Get underground if possible. Here we are at 6 o'clock in the evening, straight up. And this storm, tornado on the ground, southwestern sections of Lafleur County. And this is moving northeast. This could be a long track tornado. This could stay on the ground for quite some time. Let's zoom out on the wider view. And we want to take a look at the next area of circulation. So very fast winds moving away from the radar, very fast winds moving towards the radar. And we'll bring up all sorts of different products. Yeah, set that storm motion from the warning. I think we've already got it not locked in. And let's do another storm track if we can on Weather One. We've got to do this. We got to make sure this is pinpoint accuracy here. So there it is, confirmed tornado. So Big Cedar, 616. You've been talking about Big Cedar for a while, Josh.
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
And again, these storms are moving so fast, and you have very little time to react. So that's why we have a longer track on this as well, because, if you're in Greenwood or in Mansfield or Boonfield right now, you need to be getting ready because this storm has a history of producing tornadoes. It's been doing that since 3:30 p.m. down in Texas, this same cell that we've been watching, Dan. So a lot of people in the path of this dangerous supercell.
Absolutely. Waldron, you're going to be just a little bit west of it, just a little east of it. The storm's going to be west of you. But you know what? We're going to get, once it gets into the Boonville area, we're going to be able to see this storm from our WeatherBug Network camera, Mount Magazine, if it's not socked in with cloud cover. In fact, let's go ahead and we'll take a look here at what we've got in terms of some of our WeatherBug Network cameras, just to see what we might, in fact, encounter with this cell. So let's look at our Let's look at our mountain bird camera and see what we see. So you can see definitely some cloud cover. Mount Magazine. I want to just kind of go through some of our cameras. So Zach, let's bring up our Mount Magazine camera and point it due west, southwest. Look at how fast the clouds are moving. You can see the low-level jet on the screen there. Very, very fast motion with that camera. I'll bring back up the radar and we'll look at Mega Doppler. Very intense circulation now. Tornado on the ground. Tornado reported from radar. So it's a radar-confirmed tornado. That area just to the east of Whitesboro, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Look at the circulation now, Josh. Really starting to ramp up, moving northeast. And this is that storm we've been worried about. For quite some time. And so now Little Eagle Trail, it's crossing the Ouachitas right now as we speak. I don't think we have any storm spotters in that area, do we? In that region.
Not at this current time. It does not look like it.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a tough area to chase. There's no doubt about that. But there's that isolated supercell. All right, a lot of other storms across northwest Arkansas. Those are not warned on. There's one storm in particular. I know we're covering up our newscast right now. Our 6 o'clock newscast would normally be going on KNWA. But instead, weather is top story, and weather is the story, especially for LaFleur County, as we have a tornado warning, but also you see that black outline right there? That shows you it's a radar-confirmed tornado. So there you go, observed, and it goes till 6:30, and that does include LaFleur County. Now, Pushmataha County, also within that warning. However, it's already moved east of Pushmataha County, so it's already out of that region, and it is beginning to move into western Scott County, southern Sebastian County. You need to be thinking right now, okay, I'm going to give you some areas that you need to really be considering taking safety here really, really soon. So West Hartford, if you live in West Hartford, depending on the current track of this storm, you might want to say, might want to get to safety. I'm going to zoom way in. Big Cedar, you're right in the path of this storm. You've got areas north of Smithville, 259. If you live along 259 at Big Cedar, you need to be getting to your safe place. Remember, the storm's moving at 50 miles an hour, nearly the speed that you travel on some of the highways. Maybe a little bit slower than the interstate, but it gives you a good idea of how fast this storm is traveling. There's that flash flood warning, too. Not only that, but you're going to have extremely heavy torrential downpours with these storms coming through. So let's zoom in here a little bit more and take a look at some of the other areas. Zoe, Muse, Big Cedar, Page. Immediately take your tornado precautions. Very, very intense storm. We can actually look at the shear track too. We'll start off, first of all, with the shear live, and you're going to see this area of rotation really start to show up right there as it was crossing the Ouachitas. And if we look at the shear track, you're going to see exactly how this storm has ramped up over time and really has had a consistent area of circulation. And we were covering the earlier tornado warning that was west of Fort Smith at about this time when that rotation just continued to increase and ramp up. Okay, let's take a look. You got some of those weather bug cameras moved, Josh?
Yeah, we moved them, but very, very hard to see. Those low-level clouds are covering up our Mount Magazine camera pretty well to the side.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying.
Very difficult to see, but we're trying to pull up Fort Smith cameras right now.
Look at how fast the clouds are moving, though. They are screaming.
Yes.
You can see the low-level jet really starting to kick in.
We call these ground scrapers.
Yeah, yep. Ground scraping bases. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what it is with these cells, for sure. Definitely something to watch. So what that means is the base of the thunderstorms is so low, there's not really a whole lot of visibility. That's not a great scene right there. You can barely see anything. Let's go back to the radar now, and we're going to continue to focus on that cell. So some of the areas that need to watch out for this confirmed tornado, observed tornado. Let's go back to, we still have the tornado signature. This is the tornado detection. Hanobia Trail. Immediately get to your safe place. It's going to be dropping down the north side of the Ouachitas. Here's a road that's, might have a beautiful view normally of the beautiful rolling hills of the Ouachitas and rolling mountains. There you look at East 1620, County Road East 1620. If you live on that road, you need to be considering taking your tornado precautions. State Highway 63, right in this area. Let's zoom way in and we'll take a look at that area of that's going to be impacted by a tornado. This white that you see on here, this is a new product that we have. It's called tornado detection. That's what we're calling it. And it shows that there's a literally 100% chance that this is tornado debris, because it doesn't just look at the CC drop. If we look at the correlation coefficient, you're going to bring that up here and you'll see on Mega Doppler. Zoom out a little bit. Sometimes it's kind of hard to tell. Well, is this debris? Is this debris? What is it? It's kind of an elongated correlation coefficient drop. But when we look at everything combined, look at the velocity image on the circulation, you're going to see at this point, bring that up, bring up the velocity image. Or I can do that too, Josh, if you need me to.
Oh, I got it pulled up for you.
Okay. So you see the velocity image right there. There's that area of rotation. In fact, we probably could have even satellite circulations that are going on. The type of environment that we're seeing, you could see multiple tornadoes at once. It's not out of the question. In fact, there's a circulation. There's a circulation. You could even have an anticyclonic circulation. And this also has that mesocyclone detection algorithm too, as well with it. So let me go ahead and we're going to pan out. And it looks like even some hail with this isolated supercell. This is clearly the major storm. This is the biggest storm of the group. Now, at the moment, it looks like it's going to be south of Fort Smith. We don't want to be hyper-focused all the time. So let's see if we have any other storms of concern. Doesn't look like it. Looks like Northwest Arkansas might have escaped, the major severe weather potential. Still some areas right here. All these cells have to be watched. There's an area of elongated circulation that could end up becoming a brief touchdown. That definitely happens at times. So all these things that we need to watch, especially with this type of environment. So tornado warning still is going for southern Lafleur County. Yes, Josh.
Yeah, and right now I just was viewing NWS chat. They said that the circulation on that Lafleur County storm appears to still be broader, but it's well organized still. So it may be going through a recycling phase right now.
Recycling, but I still think it has a tornado on the ground.
Yes.
According to what we were seeing. Let's zoom in on that area. This is called an inflow notch. You have very, very, very fast winds that are racing in towards the center of the circulation. Let's do a split screen. This is the time where a split screen is very favorable and very, very useful. So on the right side, circulation, red colors moving away from the radar, green colors moving towards. So if we kind of point this out, this is that area of circulation that's moving away from the radar, towards the radar. When that happens really, really close together, that's where you have your tornado potential. So if we look at that look at the tornado detection again, maybe not on the ground anymore. Still there, but still a little bit of a noisy signal. So it looks like they said tornado might have broadened, maybe lifted briefly, maybe encountered the terrain and had a little bit of difficulty, but this is by no means done.
And it's been doing this. It's had a history of doing this, of maybe lifting up as it's moving to the northeast and then dropping down again as a strong tornado. So can't let our guard down at all, no matter what.
And that's why we're going to stay on this, especially for, our friends that are in southern Lafleur County. I know several of them that join our Facebook Live groups and are in Octavia and are really concerned about this storm. Now, the good news is this is north of Octavia, so it's not going to be moving into Octavia. So that is good news. If we zoom out here a little bit on the wider view and we take a look, is there any additional other storms that are coming in? Possibly, but at the moment, it's just that cell. Now, we do have another storm that's in northern Texas that's tornado warned as well. So we're just kind of going up and down the line, just showing you that, we've got multiple storms, a lot of lightning still. I bet you these are still highly electrified. The back edge of this system coming through by about 10, 11 o'clock, storms will be east of the I-49 corridor by a long shot. But remember that the rain is so heavy that you could get some flash flood warnings, and we're already seeing that on top of that. So we got multiple threats today.
We got a new update on the tornado warning. No longer confirmed. It just says it's capable of producing a tornado near in Lafleur County right now. It's located 5 miles south of Muse, and it's moving northeast at 40 miles per hour.
Okay.
So that no longer a confirmed tornado according to this tornado warning, Dan. But still a tornado warning on that storm until 6:30 p.m. in Lafleur County.
And that makes perfect sense because we saw the tornado detection. It dropped off. It showed it on the radar, and that's exactly what we're seeing. So it really is a good product, folks. We've been trying and tested it, and we did it on some of the past storms that were really tough to see. that correlation coefficient drop, and it works really well. So I just got to say that. Here's a look at Heil Heating Cooling Mega Doppler. There's potentially, let's see if we've got any circulation there.
A little
See,
bit.
yeah, all these little areas right here, you cannot let your guard down, especially when they're elongated north to south. Now, so this is a little bit of an isolated cell. Let's put this into motion. Let's loop this and see which way this is headed. Northwest Arkansas, you're not done yet as these storms continue to move in. Hopefully it doesn't materialize and become stronger, but we know, according to what we've looked at with the models, the ingredients are becoming more favorable, unfortunately, as that low-level jet really starts to kick in. There just really isn't much visibility. We would love to show you some weather cameras and get an idea for what's happening with, kind of what's outside, but there's no visibility right now on any of these cameras, so it's not really very useful. It's kind of like a soupy atmosphere, if you will. I mean, that's exactly what it looks like. Josh, let's go ahead.
Yes, it is.
We'll try this. We'll look at Fort Smith. Let's bring up our Fort Smith WeatherBug Network camera. So this is a Miss Laura's historic site as it begins to load, and we'll take a look. So you can see a little bit off in the distance. We'll bring up another one here. This is the Fort Smith Public Library. Just kind of gray, ominous, and dark, and there's additional rain kind of coming in.
Hey, check out Mount Magazine as well right now.
Okay.
We got a little bit more of a view now, but you can see how fast this storm is moving.
Okay, I'd love to see that. Yeah,
Yes.
let's check this out. Okay, wow. Look at how fast those clouds are moving. So it gives you an idea of this low-level jet. We'll just kind of sit on that here and see those clouds move. Yeah, very, very quick on that motion. So this is looking wet. Now, this is not the storm. That's we won't be able to see that.
Yeah, we're looking west on this view.
So looking west, but look at how fast the clouds are moving. Wow. Those are moving quick. So that's what this is this is low-level wind shear. The low-level winds is what allows the storm to rotate. And if that storm is isolated, it can tap into that. So, we could be looking at, it looks like maybe some lightning off in the distance there. Look at how fast those clouds are moving along. Just a little bit of brief clearing. Great view. Thanks for letting us know about that, Josh. All right. Back to this tornado warning. We want to do another storm track. Sure, we get into the science. We look at a lot of other stuff, but people generally want to know, is it headed your way? When's it coming to my place? Well, let's go ahead and we'll answer that on Weather 1 when you bring up a storm track, and let us know when you got that up.
Yep, it's up right now. So yeah, we were talking about Big Cedar, several minutes ago, and now it is on top of Big Cedar. So if you're in Big Cedar, tornado warning and that thunderstorm, that area of rotation is right on top of you right now. 6:34 p.m. Black Fork. You need to be watching closely right now. You need to go to your tornado shelter now. 6:34 p.m. That's only about 20 minutes away. And this storm is moving very, very fast. 6:50 West Hartford. 7 o'clock Mansfield. And then if we're looking a little bit further along in this storm's path, in about an hour or so, getting near Greenwood and Boonville here in the River Valley, as well as Magazine at 7:27 and at 7:38 Paris, Arkansas could also be impacted by that.
I would just be surprised, Josh. I've been kind of looking at it. I'd be surprised if the warnings drop and we don't have a tornado warning for several hours, because we're going to have this warning. It'll probably extend farther northeast. And don't forget, this storm could cycle back up, produce another tornado, drop down on the ground, do damage, and it can happen very, very shortly, almost sometimes within volume scans.
Yeah, it's done it several times already in its lifespan. So I fully expect that to happen again.
It has done that. And notice how it's isolated. Look out ahead of it. There's no storm activity. There's nothing going on ahead of it. So this cell, as it moves to the northeast, will tap into a ripe environment. As you saw from that Mount Magazine WeatherBug Network camera, those clouds, they are moving along. All right, let's go to the wide view. We want to kind of step through all of the warnings real quick. First of all, a tornado watch is in effect till 8 o'clock for us, and it goes until midnight for the rest of the area, including our eastern weather coverage area. Currently really quiet across Scott County, Logan County. It's the calm before the storm, folks, for sure. All right, let's go to some flash flood warnings. And first of all, we want to do a quick radar tour, because I know a lot of people might be watching in Northwest Arkansas. So yes, we got some rain southwest of Bentonville. Yes, we got some rain west of Siloam Springs. We got this cell that's south of Westville, Stillwell. We'll have to watch that because it has that elongated look, and right on the leading edge of it, there could be potentially a circulation that spins up a little stronger. You got some rain that's moving into West Fork and Winslow. And by the way, this is torrential rain. I mean, this is heavy rain where you could obviously the visibility is very limited. If we bring up one of our WeatherBug network cameras and go to, back to, we'll take a look at, how about we got Mount Magazine. You saw that. Let's go to Mountainburg. So this is Cartwright Mountain. I mean, look at this. You can't see anything. And Josh, just to let you know, your mic is up. But there's a look at Cartwright Mountain, Lake Fort Smith. I mean, it's completely shrouded. You can't see anything. That's because of the heavy rain. And the heavy rain can cause hydroplaning. So make sure you are safe driving on the roads. And we'll go back to the radar again, and we'll take a look here at going on another radar tour. So along with the heavy rain, you got flash flood warnings. This flash flood warning goes until probably several hours. Let's see how long that goes till 9:15. So just about 3 hours from now. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings for this cell that's to the south. This is the only severe thunderstorm tornado warning that's happening. Okay. All right. So let's go back. And so are they on the phone line, guys? Or is that just, okay. You're just talking about someone on NWS chat. Okay. So yeah, let's go to this and you can see that as well. So we have confirmed rotation in Sequoia County on the leading edge of this line. So let's see if we've got any type of velocity image. This is what we've got to do. We got to go back and forth to these storms. There's an area of circulation that's definitely starting to show up. Look at this. You got winds that are racing in towards the storm, away from the radar, and then you got winds that are coming towards the storm. So in Sequoia County, that's exactly what we're seeing here with that area of circulation that we just mentioned that's being confirmed with rotation. So let's go back to Mega Doppler. And yeah, you're looking at that right now, aren't you?
Yep.
It might be this little area right in here. Let's look at the velocity and reflectivity. And we got, looks like a new tornado warning or an update to it. So let's see what that is. Go ahead and click on that.
Yeah, so tornado warning issued for Sebastian and LaFleur County just now until 7:00 p.m.
So that's for that new
Yep.
storm.
Mm-hmm.
So here we have the storm that's to the south that we've been tracking that's moving this way. Let's go ahead and we'll take a look at that. Let's go back to weather 1 if we can, and we'll bring that up. Yeah, so there it is. Continuation of the storm warning. Greenwood, just south of Greenwood, the warning is including Sebastian County, but the warning does not include Greenwood entirely. So there you see that. Tracking that to the northeast, Mansfield, 657. Greenwood, 706. Bloomer, 716. Charleston, 721. And just before 7:30 in Ratcliffe. So that's the storm of concern. That's where that tornado warning, and now we've got new severe thunderstorm warnings that are popped up as well. So this is where that energy comes in. It happens fast and it happens furious, and that's exactly what we're seeing with these storms, with the energy moving in. But all right, so we got some new info, probably some more power outages, I imagine. But Anna, we're going to send it to you on the news desk as we take just a little break here from the weather coverage. Tell us what we've got in terms of your latest information.
Yeah, Dan, you guys have been doing so good over there. Happy to give you a little bit of a break. We have the LaFleur County Emergency Management has posted on their Facebook. They've been doing a great job posting updates on their Facebook, by the way, if you want to head over there, if you're in that area. But the storm shelter and Heavners are now open. And they posted that at 5:55. So if you're in this area, I believe this storm is heading towards Heavner. So if you're in that area, definitely get to that shelter or get to that low level area of your home and make sure you have a weather radio or some way. We're live streaming this on Facebook right now. So if you have a way, if you don't have a TV, you can bring it to your low level with you. Definitely bring that with you so that way you can still get these updates as Dan and Josh and Zach are over here doing a great job following the storm as more information comes in. We also found out there's about 66 power outages in LaFleur County right now. So, not a huge in terms of 71 now in Washington County. Just heard that in my ear. So there are power outages heading our way, and you'll definitely want to keep an eye on this as the storm continues and looks like it's getting closer to more into our viewing area.
All right. Thank you, Anna. I really appreciate that update. Just keep up to date with those power outages because they're going to be going up. They will be going up very likely because keep in mind this storm is moving over kind of a rural area, a very rugged terrain. Not a lot of power grid information there, but once it starts moving into a more populated area, and in fact, if it produces another tornado, we'll have more damage. And the conditions are there where these storms can still do that. So this will be a long track storm. We're going to continue to track it all the way through until it starts to weaken or moves out of the area, one of the two. But this is going to be, like we said, a long night for storms. So Josh, you had an update on Mega Doppler. We have, look at that circulation now starting to increase again, dramatic increase in the circulation, a little bit into different location. So we have what's going on. This is some fancy word, but this is mesocyclogenesis. We got one mesocyclone that's weakening. We got another one that's strengthening southwest of Page. You need to be getting to your safe place, Page. This is a dangerous storm. Might be quiet now, but it won't be within about 10, 15 minutes. If that, honestly.
Yeah, according to our storm track, within 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah. So you don't have much time. In Page, get to your safe place. This is going to be an area that could potentially get impacted, especially with that circulation ramping back up. So got a new tornado warning, it looks like. Whatever that pops up, that tells you it's a brand new one. And so let's go ahead and we'll click on that. And we'll take a look here at what we've got with that warning. So there it is, new tornado warning. Okay, they extended it just a little bit farther south, and that's for Scott County. So this storm will be including Scott County. Now, here's what happened, folks. The Weather Service out of Little Rock covers Scott County. So this is a Weather Service warning from the National Weather Service out of Tulsa, and the Weather Service out of Little Rock says, you know, this storm's going to be clipping western Scott County. We've got to include that. That's why it wasn't included in the original warning. So that's why you see a little bit of the difference between the two areas. But tornado warning for areas, as you can see, just south of Hartford. There's that area of circulation. Let's go back to it real quick, and we'll bring that up. And so there's the tornado warning. Goes until 7 o'clock. That's the new warning that was just issued for Scott County. New tornado warning until 7 o'clock for that same storm. So a very, very intense storm. This is a long track storm that could bring the potential for strong to even violent tornado potential because the atmosphere is there. It's ripe for it. There's a circulation that's showing up south of Page, and it's moving right in your direction. So we also have, with the confirmed rotation in Sequoyah County, in the severe thunderstorm warning that's in Sequoyah County, this has a tornado possible tag with it too. So it's not a tornado warning, but it's a tornado possible with that severe thunderstorm warning. And so what is the latest on that information on that warning?
Yes, we're also getting a report, Dan, in Sequoyah County with the same thunderstorm that there was a wind gust of 65 miles per hour that reported at 6:13 p.m. So just a little bit earlier, but there was broken trees, debris on I-40, ditches flooded with water overflowing onto the roadways. So this storm is actually producing a little bit of damage just a moment ago.
I can believe it. And it looks like whenever it's elongated like this and kind of north-south oriented, that tells you right there that this is going to have some pretty strong wind potential. In fact, you can see that right there. Now, we want to break this down for you a little bit more easier to understand. You know, we always put these images on here because it helps us kind of dissect the storm and see what's going on. But we want to go back to that storm that has that tornado possible tag. So there's radar indicated, and it looks like maybe that was dropped in terms of the tornado possible, but still definitely a circulation. So radar indicated. You have 60-mile-an-hour winds. We've already had that report of 60-mile-an-hour winds with that storm, so definitely something to watch. So the River Valley is getting the brunt of this storm activity. We still have some rain that's coming into the northwest Arkansas area, flash flood warning as well until 9:15. So we're getting close to 6:30. We have a lot of storms in northwest Arkansas. None of them are severe, but we have that area and that one isolated supercell that will really tap into the tornado potential, especially during the evening hours as those low-level winds start to kick up. In fact, I want to show you this real quick. As we take a look at this area, you're going to see here's this tornado potential. Now, remember, this storm is located right in the southern part of LaFleur County. Look at the tornado risk, high. And you can see that hatched area as well. That's right in the vicinity of where that storm is. And then as it moves northeast, it drops off, but it doesn't drop off very much. It's still medium. And remember, these lines don't exactly tell you where the tornado potential will be. It's kind of like a guide's or reference, if you will. It's kind of like something you can use to give you guidance. But it's not necessarily, the tornadoes aren't going to follow these lines. They're going to follow these areas. But it just gives you an idea that the potential is a little greater farther south. So just kind of wanted to give you an idea for that storm. Okay, back to that tornado warning. It goes until 7 o'clock. We're at 6:27. Also severe thunderstorm warning as well for a storm that's to the north of that. We have reports of power outages. We have reports of winds up in excess of 60 miles an hour on I-40 west of Fort Smith. So this is going to be moving into the Fort Smith area. So make sure that you are aware of this storm moving in. In fact, why don't we take a look here at one of our WeatherBug Network cameras in the Fort Smith area, right on top of the public library. It's a great view, and we'll go ahead and we'll bring that up right now. So here is the public library from Fort Smith. Very dark, very ominous. Storms rolling in. Look at those low clouds. Man, those clouds are just, as Josh mentioned, scraping the ground, extremely low. I'm going to move the camera around a little bit so we can kind of get a little bit of a view. And this is that storm that's approaching Fort Smith.
By the way, Haynes Nelson, according to Mega Doppler, is near that storm in Fort Smith.
Okay.
He's just to the east of that strong winds right now. So maybe we'll try to get in contact with him, see what he's seeing.
You can't see anything. You got rain, Josh.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this. You got rain, and then you got the clouds that are really low, almost below the tree line. You can see how they're below the tree line, so you can't even see this lowering until it might be right on top of you. So, but this is just going to be, at the moment, damaging wind potential. So it's not necessarily tornado potential at the moment, but remember, it could increase dramatically. So that's something that could rapidly change in a matter of minutes. All right. And there's that line that's coming in. So here's what I want to do, Josh. I want you on WeatherBug. Let's bring up that Fort Smith camera. And what we'll do here is actually on the Prod PC. Let's bring up the Prod PC, and we'll bring up the Fort Smith camera on our WeatherBug Network camera. And we'll just keep that rolling. So we can get a view of the radar. We can get a view of the storm at the same time. And so that would be a good idea to do, especially as this storm rolls in. And you have a new track on Weather One. As we're doing that, let's do another track on this tornado warning that is starting to ramp up again.
Yes, right now. So let's do a new track on that for this tornado warning. 6:40 p.m. Page. So it's going over Page right now. If you're in Page, you need to already be in your tornado shelter at this current time. Tornado warning right now for that area. 6:52 p.m. Black Fork. That storm is racing to the northeast towards you, so you need to also be taking your tornado precautions right now. 6:56 p.m. Sugar Creek. 7:03 Bates. And then we were talking about a little bit further down the line, 7:28 Dayton and 7:40 Washburn also need to watch this storm right now as it intensifies on radar right now. But Dan, it almost looks like there is kind of two areas of rotation beginning to show up on this storm right now.
Yeah.
One to the south of Page and one just to the west of Black Fork.
That would be right in the middle of, like you mentioned, that one that's south of Heavener. Definitely something to watch, an area to watch, but that would be a rain-wrapped area. So we're going to bring up this WeatherBug Network camera out of Fort Smith if we can here and take a look at it. So, is that the one right there? Okay. So, okay. Close that down, and that should help it load, and then we'll be able to bring that up. So very, very heavy rain coming down in the Fort Smith area right now. And very, very, very heavy rain along with some gusty winds as well. So once we get that camera up, go ahead and you got that zoomed in on Weather One so we can take a look at that. Yeah, so we've got the camera up, okay, on weather. You can see that rain coming down in the river valley. Very, very heavy rain. Visibility near zero, and that's not even the heavy part of the storm yet. So we're starting to get the heavier part of the storm. Fort Smith Public Library on Rogers Avenue, just southeast of downtown Fort Smith. So it's right on the leading edge of the storm. In fact, you can see the lightning and still some darkening clouds that are off in the distance on that WeatherBug Network camera. So that's the intenser storms. There was more instability, there was more humidity, and there's that lightning too as well. Now, I don't know about you, but wouldn't be a great idea to be outdoors or encounter the lightning and thunderstorm activity. A lot of rain. I don't know how those football games are going right now. but I can't imagine really well.
Not well.
No. So there was a tornado warning still
Yep,
going
Still going.
until 7 o'clock. And we don't have any new information about it, but we'll continue to watch it. We got our WeatherBug Network camera from the Fort Smith Public Library, and severe thunderstorm warning until 7 o'clock as well. So a lot going on with these storms. Northwest Arkansas currently is not experiencing any type of severe weather, but definitely some heavy rain at times kind of popping up here and there. But the back edge of the storm is beginning to move out. So it does appear, Josh, and I think you would agree with us, but the River Valley was the focus with this storm.
Absolutely. Didn't have any of that convection initially that moved out ahead of those stronger storms that were in Texas, and also a lot more instability to work with, as well as a little bit more wind shear right now. But it looks like Northwest Arkansas is dodging the bullet right now.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely. It was a good sign there too. But 4, 5, 6 hours in advance before the storms pop, you can't let your guard down anywhere. But now it's starting to wind down a little bit in Northwest Arkansas, and that is good news. So we'll continue to watch it, and hopefully these warnings can drop off quick so we can return you back to programming. And if we do see a drop of the tornado warnings, we'll continue our weather coverage on Facebook Live and on knwa.com as we stream, but still give you the information. And then if something turns out that a warning pops up again, that we'll continue to go on and let you know about it on television as well. But I know you guys want to watch your programming. I know Dateline's on tonight. It's a new one. My wife and I love Dateline. That's one of our favorite shows. And so we'll do our best not to cover up anything and to cover these storms with the safety of the people that are in the path. And hopefully everything weakens and dies out. But this does go until 7 o'clock, so we can't drop off of this, especially with the way that the circulations have been ramping up and cycling. Sometimes they strengthen, sometimes they weaken. We all got to watch that from each radar scan, honestly.
Dan, we need to keep an eye on Heavener right now. Looks like that rotation's maybe getting a little bit stronger there.
For the one that's north of just to the west of Big Cedar, right?
Yes, just to the northwest of Black Fork.
Fork,
near
yeah.
Heavener. It's right on top of Heavener right now.
Okay, let's look at that. Let's check out our mega Doppler source, and we'll look at that. Yeah, there is that circulation, like you mentioned. Let's go ahead and pan up just a little bit because we got our WeatherBug Network camera just to give people a view of what it looks like. So it doesn't look like a circulation currently showing up on what is that product?
That's a PTDS.
Oh yeah, it's not going to show up on that. Let's do a 3 here where we look at reflectivity and velocity. And so there's that area of rotation. Isolated cell, like you said, circulation popping up near Heavener. That's an area where the tornado warning's still in effect, northwest of Black Fork, north of Page, and this is going to be moving into the Hartford area here shortly. So a new storm track on that because that's a new area of circulation that we'll continue to need to monitor. So a lot of storms happening. They're all in the River Valley, and we do have tornado warnings in our weather coverage area. So I want to zoom in on that Heavener storm. And like you said, TVS, tornado vortex signature popping up. There it is. That's starting to show up a little more. Yeah, Heavener, you need to be taking your shelter. As Josh eloquently mentioned, that's a strong circulation. That really increased dramatically.
Rapid intensification.
Look at how tight that is, too.
Yes.
So if we look at the velocity, there you can see it, the normalized rotation, all those ingredients showing up. So just to the north, let's do some roads plotting. And here's the new radar image as it just comes out. Oh, this is going to produce, folks. This is. In fact, it might already be in the process of doing that. So we're going to be able to see that with our tornado detection. So Heavener schools, this is just east of you. And it just narrowly missed Heavener. Now, keep in mind, too, sometimes the radar doesn't show exactly where the tornado is. This is where the mesocyclone is, but it gives you an idea within the vicinity of where the storm is. Now, I imagine the tornado could be just a little bit south of there because of the amount of shear and the radar.
There it is.
Tornado confirmed.
Yep.
That's happening. That's happening right now, folks. So we have a tornado on the ground just to the east of Heavener. This will become a confirmed tornado. We can tell you in advance before it becomes confirmed officially on the warning. And so we're going to zoom out. That is no doubt an area of tornado debris.
And NWS chat is saying that it looks like a tornado is beginning to form just to the southeast of Heavener.
Okay.
So probably going to see that confirmed tornado very, very soon.
Yeah. And what that means is the radar is indicating debris. We went through this before, but if you're just joining the stream or you've been watching it the whole time, whenever this tornado detection pops up, it shows you that there is in fact debris, and it's 100%, 95. We never want to go 100%, but 95 confidence, and it matches up a lot of other things, not just the correlation coefficient. In fact, look at the higher reflectivity. I think we might even be seeing a little bit of a debris signature on the reflectivity. So, and look at this too.
Yeah.
Got a new product too. See the line underneath? That represents a tornado on the ground. So this is a TVS with likely a tornado doing damage. So if you're just joining us, this is why we don't drop off severe weather coverage, folks. This is why we can't. It's a service that we provide for people. And look at how fast that happened. So we need to zoom in. We need to get hyper local on this. Northwest Arkansas, we're just experiencing storms. This is the worst of the storm. Benson Lane, please, right now, get to your safe place. If we zoom out a little bit more, let's put some more roads on there and give you an idea about 10, 15 minutes ahead where you're going to be. So let's go just a little bit north of Benson Lane. How about Royal Mound? So it looks like 78,000 block of Royal Mound, just a little south of that. Let's see what areas we've got.
Somebody's not pulling up.
Intense circulation. Yeah, that's okay. Let's go ahead and we'll clear them off. And let's go back to the velocity image. And we'll take a look. Now there it is. A very, very tight couplet. This is, folks, a tornado.
Yep, and we just got that from the National
Not
Weather
only
Service.
that, but a considerable tornado.
Yeah, it says a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 3 miles northeast of Heavener, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So we have a large tornado on the ground right now, Dan.
And that's what we were saying.
Yep.
And man, that tornado detection, it really works, folks.
It does.
So let's zoom back out. Let's take a look at this circulation. So see the warning, how it has a different appearance. That different appearance is another thing why we've been staying up till, all the hours in the morning to get ready for this type of severe weather event. And you can see that this means a considerable tornado. So large and dangerous. And this is going to be moving towards the Hartford area, southeast of Monroe. So now at this point, you're going to start seeing more power outages. You're going to start seeing more reports of damage because now we got a confirmed tornado as it's moving northeast. And so let's do a track on this now that we know that this is popping up. And we want to make sure that we've got this going just to the south of Monroe. So Hartford, West Hartford, 649, 10 minutes, folks. See the white outline? That means a considerable tornado. So all of those ingredients showing up with this storm. So it's intense storm, severe thunderstorm warning as well. But let's zoom in just a little bit more if we can, Josh, on this, just so we get that severe thunderstorm warning and get the tornado warning information on there. Just go in a little bit more because we're on that. There you go. Right there. That'll be perfect. Tornado warning observed. The threat is considerable. So this is a strong tornado. No, it's not possible. It is a tornado. Yeah. And you can see 1-inch hail as well. So we got a considerable threat for an observed tornado. So we have a tornado, no doubt, on the ground. We're going to go back to the new radar image as we get it. And in fact, we just got it on Mega Doppler. So on Weather 2. Here's the circulation, very, very tight circulation. I want you to do this, Josh, because we just did that track, and we let people know in Hartford and West Hartford you have about 10 minutes before this storm is headed your way. That means get to your safe place now. If you're new to this area or you don't know about severe weather, and let's face it, we haven't had a severe weather event like this in a long time, for several months. This is what you need to do. Remember to duck. This is an acronym that I tell the kids, I tell high school kids, I even teach adults. Downstairs, under something, center of the house, keep away from windows. This is what you need to do to get to your safe place. So get as low as you possibly can. If you can get underground, that's the best. Under something, pillows, blankets, a mattress, anything that you can to protect yourself from debris flying around, including a helmet, putting a helmet on. We love to see those photos of people sending in photos of them wearing their helmets. Center of your building, center of your house. It is the outside walls that are going to come down first. Keep away from windows. You don't want to worry about opening those. Back in the days, I told you equalize pressure. That's a bad idea. It wastes time. And on top of that, it makes your house more susceptible to damage. if in fact you do have those windows open. And chances are, if a tornado's hitting it, it'll blow out the windows and you'll be near it and the glass could injure you. So let's go back to a new image, new radar. And so now Josh is plotting more roads. So now we got Monroe, Poto Mountain, you got Trestle Ford, you got Old Monroe Highway, and it looks like moving just to the north here, West Hartford, like we mentioned. It might be passing right in between Monroe and West Hartford. Let's zoom out and do a loop on this, and let's see which way this is exactly headed, because sometimes it can also right turn. So let's go ahead and we'll put a loop. Now watch how fast this circulation ramped up. There it is. Looks like it could be right in its mature stage. So it looks like it's going to be passing in between Monroe and Hartford as it moves to the northeast. And it's moving fast.
It's moving very fast.
Yeah.
I mean, if you are near these areas right now, you need to be in your tornado shelter now.
I know it might seem quiet, and it might be eerily quiet. Sometimes it gets dead quiet right before a tornado. But let's go back to that tornado detection and see if we've got anything on the ground as we stop the radar loop. And let's go ahead and we'll take a look at that. So we'll stop the radar loop at the very last image. And as it moves to the northeast, let's go ahead and we'll see if we still have debris. A big area of debris. Look at that. And this is probably leaves. Keep in mind, we have the leaves that are flying off the trees left and right like crazy. This is especially bringing up, this tornado is probably picking up leaves and debris. And notice how it's right over a very rural area south of Monroe. Let's zoom in on that here if we can real quick. And we'll take a look at that. This is that tornado detection. Clearly a big area of debris. And so we do have a confirmed tornado. Here's the addresses that you need to be focused on. This is about to come over the Ouachita Mountains and drop down in the valley. You have 14,000. If you live between the 14,000 and 14,100 block of Poto Mountain Road, you need to be getting to your safe place now. Also, Old Monroe, you have Trestle Ford. Trestle Ford could be right directly in the main path of this storm. Dunhill Road. If you're hearing these roads, folks, and you're taking shelter, and now we're just about ready to get this to cross over Poto Mountain. And we don't have any storm spotters in this area, do we?
We do not.
Yeah, it's just tough to get in there.
This is a very tough area to chase.
Absolutely. But maybe Hayes Nelson can get on it. He was in the River Valley on that Sequoia County storm. Wow, that storm really increased and rapidly intensified. Let's look at the normalized rotation. It's showing up south of Monroe. And really, you look at this, and it's not super intense, but then you look at the velocity image, and it's there. And so now we know that there's debris that's being wafted within the storm. So there's the reflectivity image. We got a considerable tornado threat. We zoom out just a little bit wider. We do have another storm, though, that's starting to show up, too. Let's see if there's any type of rotation on that. Looks like it went through the Fort Smith area. And I don't know if we have any more reports of power outages or any additional information on that. We'll continue to watch that and see that cell as well. But
NWS chat confirming, by the way, with that tornado, the radar data is supportive of a very strong to significant tornado with that storm near Heavener.
Yeah, just to the northeast of Heavener. Heavener is not in the path of this storm.
Yes.
But as you mentioned, it did mention that in the warning. I understand what you meant, but I just wanted to make sure everybody's clear that Heavener, it's already through, but boy, did that come close. It was just east of Heavener when it touched down. So there will no doubt be a tornado track, a damage track. So if you're listening, newsroom, we might want to send Macy down there, but I would wait just a little bit because the storm is headed northeast and it's going to be crossing, as you can see, 540 in areas just to the south of Fort Smith. So this storm going to be coming through Hartford. Let's go ahead and let's do another storm track on this if we can. And we want to do that on Weather One. But we could also bring up the cell tracks. Let's see how well that does too, if you can, Josh, in the meantime on Mega Doppler. But there's a severe thunderstorm and tornado warning on top of each other, on top of a flash flood warning. This cell is serious. Till 7 o'clock, considerable and observed tornado. What we mean by considerable is that's just a higher end tornado warning. Now, the highest end is a tornado emergency. That's where you have a large, possibly potentially violent tornado. We won't know until the damage survey is done, so we can't say exactly what the strength of the tornado is. But you have a potentially strong to violent tornado that is moving into a populated area, and loss of life will be possible. That's a tornado emergency. We're just under that with a tornado considerable. So it shows you it's a significant storm, no doubt, and something to watch for sure.
I will say there is some good news. The latest
It is
radar
starting to
scans
weaken,
starting
yeah.
to weaken considerably, but still, it could potentially still be on the ground.
So you have a considerable threat for a tornado, and then you have considerably weakening as well as we look at Heil Heating Cooling Mega Doppler. And let's go back to, if we can, Heil Heating Cooling Mega Doppler. There's that tornado
Still there.
detection still showing up. Now, it might drop off on the next image. Now, remember, the tornado can lift, and the debris is still lofted in the air. So that's one thing you got to remember, is that you can see the circulation weaken. My guess is it's probably not on the ground anymore, but then we look at the tornado debris, and you still see it in the air. So it's still being lofted. But remember, this storm can cycle. Yeah, look at that. Large area of what we call a CC drop. So you can see that kind of spreading out. So this is an example of, okay, this is a perfect example. Like when you spin something really fast, that's going to stay closer into the center. And then when you kind of, let that go, it's going to start spreading out. So that's exactly what's happening. I think this tornado is lifted, and we're starting to see the debris spread out. That's a signature that we're seeing. Because, Josh, if we go back a little bit more in time, you'll see almost a perfect circle right there. So there's the tornado that's on the ground, the debris signature. That's clear. That's very clear. Let's go back just a little bit more, and let's see. Right there, it's not as clear. Let's go to the tornado detection and see. Go back one, and then we'll go to the tornado detection. Yeah, it doesn't show up. Okay, so that storm, it popped up immediately with that tornado debris signature. All right, so that's moving northeast. There it is, starting to lift. Still a tornado warning goes until 7 o'clock. We'll continue to see that. There's that area of rotation. Now it's going to be crossing the highway east of Monroe and Hartford. And so we'll go ahead and plot some more streets on here, some of the main streets. Zoom in just a little bit more and take a look here north of Trestle Ford. Let's go ahead. Old Monroe Highway. Still on the ground. Either that is still debris lofted in the air. It might not be on the ground.
State Highway 96.
State Highway 96. So crossing State Highway 96. Another thing too is you'll be able to see by looking at the damage, you'll be able to see the power outages, and those numbers will clearly start spiking up quite a bit with the storm. Apex, it's going to be west of you. As we mentioned, it's going to be West Hartford, but I think it even misses West Hartford. It's just a little bit west of West Hartford. So some of the areas that are going to be impacted by this potential tornado warning, you can see on the screen right now, and those are areas we're going to watch for sure. So if you're watching our severe weather coverage, we've been covering these storms ever since about 4:30, 5 o'clock as they moved in. And Northwest Arkansas had a few storms, dodged a bullet. The rotation was starting to ramp up, but we just didn't have the low-level instability. That's not the case, though, in the River Valley. So let's see if we're having a new circulation, and we might be able to, if this warning drops off and the lift kind of weakens a little bit and the rotation weakens, maybe we can drop off and continue our coverage on severe weather with Facebook Live and also with KNWA.com. So there's the circulation. It's not as tight, not as strong. You see the bright reds moving away from the radar, green colors moving towards, but that is your area of rotation. Next image, if it doesn't ramp up, I'm imagining that this tornado has indeed lifted. But it was strong enough to take debris and loft it. By the way, that radar beam probably, about 4,000 feet, 5,000 feet above the ground?
Actually more like 1,500, 2,000 feet.
Okay, so a little lower.
Yep.
Yeah, well, that makes, I guess it's a little closer to SRX than what it was before. Thankful, props to the National Weather Service out of Tulsa, too, because they, last week, Monday, did an upgrade to the radar in Fort Smith. And they got it back online even before the 10 days that was supposed to happen, how long it was supposed to take. And they got it back online earlier this week. So definitely a good thing to do to get that back online for sure, because that's what our source, that's what our eyes are for this storm. All right, back to our track. Josh, another storm track on this. We got new radar information as it's moving northeast, and we'll continue to watch what's going on. So weather one, give us a little bit of a storm track.
Yep. So it's right now on top of West Hartford and Hartford, but at 7:02 p.m. just to the northeast of Hartford, near Mansfield. That's where the storm will be in about 5 to 10 minutes. So that tornado, if it's still on the ground, imminent for Mansfield. 7:10 p.m., Greenwood, Arkansas, as it moves across the border. We'll definitely see Greenwood potentially be impacted by this storm in about 20 minutes. So if you're near Greenwood, even though the storm may be weakening just a little bit right now, it could re-strengthen again very quickly. We've seen it happen multiple times throughout the course of the afternoon. So Greenwood, Arkansas, you need to start preparing. Bloomer at 7:20 p.m. as well, just to the northeast of Greenwood, needs to start making those preparation plans. 7:25, Charleston, you need to also be prepared as this storm is going to arrive in about 20 to 30 minutes. And then at 7:46 p.m., maybe a little bit further down the line, near Ozark, Arkansas, as well as 7:51 p.m. near Coal Hill. So storm on a bit of a weakening trend right now, but as we've seen multiple times, Dan, this storm has intensified and then maybe lifted a little bit, intensified once again. So those areas that are just to the northeast, like Branch or Ozark or Coal Hill, need to be prepared within about 45 minutes for this storm to arrive.
I just want to let you know, while you were doing that, and I appreciate that track, I just wanted to kind of look at some of the other cells in northwest Arkansas. Now we're starting to see that area of heavy rain. Now this cell doesn't look like much, but when we look at the velocity image, it's starting to show up with maybe some stronger gusty winds, and then also a little bit of a area that we'll need to watch. So let's check this out on our WeatherBug Network camera, and we're going to go from the west on Harbor High School, and this will give us a view. And of course it's at night, but we might be able to see. So we're panned to the northwest a little bit, which would be a perfect location to see if there's any type of lowering with this cell. So I'm going to move this camera and we're going to point it to the west just a little bit. We got all these WeatherBug Network cameras, which are our eyes that are out in the field along with our storm spotters. It's a little bit of a tricky system to storm chase, obviously, and to spot storms. But let me go ahead and pan this to the west, and we'll take a look here at what we can see in terms of visibility. There's just not much, but hey, the circulation potential is still there. So let's continue to watch this. Now we'll be able to kind of maybe see a little bit of the city lights lowering, kind of highlighting the potential lowering. It does look like that's pretty low to the ground right there.
Yeah, and this is around the time too, even though maybe that instability got tapped into a little bit early across northwest Arkansas. Now we got that low-level jet kicking in, as well as that significant wind shear as well. We have very, very high wind shear over our area.
Okay, sounds good. So we're gonna be able to bounce off of this camera here for now, but we can bring it up on Prop PC so we can have a good view of this storm that's moving in. Look at how fast those clouds are moving. So let's go back to, if we can, on Mega Doppler. There's that area of circulation that we'll need to watch. Now we got new flash flood warnings too that are being issued. So on the bottom right of your screen, whether it would be your tablet, your device, your TV, we've got a look at that storm that's coming in. And then there's the area of rotation. Now along the leading edge of this, I know it doesn't look like much, but that could ramp up and form what's known as a QLCS tornado. The environment's there. Everything's in place, folks. So that's why we just can't let our guard down with the amount of shear that is in place. And I saw you looking at the tornado detection. That's not a bad idea, Josh, especially with this type of system.
It's a very useful product. It's amazing.
It sure is. Now, hopefully we don't see that, and it'll be too late to let people know about a potential circulation. But okay, so this might be getting a new severe thunderstorm. I don't know exactly where this is being issued.
Right now, it's only in a significant weather statement. So for strong thunderstorms, this particular storm is. But that may be the new severe thunderstorm warning, and that is a new severe thunderstorm warning for Carroll, Crawford, Franklin, Madison, and Washington County until 7:45 p.m. No tornado possible tag on that. 60-mile-per-hour winds and no hail, no significant hail at this time.
All right. Well, we'll continue to watch this line as it moves in. Something to watch. You can kind of see how it's bowing out right there at the leading edge. And this could just be gusty winds. Mm-hmm. Not everything produces a QLCS tornado, but this is the type of cell that you do have to watch just a little bit more. So there's that maybe a little bit of a surge, if you will, a little bit of surge of wind. So some strong winds coming to the west side of Taneytown here shortly. I'll be ready for that as we zoom in on this and take a look. So, in fact, we've got that WeatherBug Network camera. We'll be able to know. We do have somewhat of a view there as it's moving in. I also want to look at the Harbor High School. That is a Harbor High School WeatherBug Network camera. I was thinking about the Arkansas Children's Northwest camera too, so we can get a little bit more of a northwest view. So take us through on weather. Yeah, look at that circulation starting to increase just a little bit more, Josh.
It is.
I'll watch
it
that
closely.
Yep.
Yep.
Go ahead and go back to weather 1 and show us that new severe thunderstorm warning real quick.
Yeah, let me pull that up right now for Northwest Arkansas. And there it is right there.
Okay.
Severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for Crawford, Franklin, Madison, Washington counties at this current time, and that expires at 7:45 p.m. 60-mile-per-hour winds. No tornado possible tag at this time, but Dan, as you were mentioning, maybe a little bit more strengthening right now from this storm.
Yeah, you can really see the winds
can.
just cranking up with this storm, and these bases of the storms are extremely low.
Mm-hmm.
And so that basically means, and it looks like a new tornado warning just got issued. And so we'll go to that. We got Logan County under a tornado warning. So a new warning that's being issued could because the old warning's expiring here at 7 o'clock. So let's take a look at that here and see what we've got with that new tornado warning that's developing.
Pulling
So
it
there
up.
it is. I got it popped up on here on weather 2. New tornado warning goes until 7:45. So maybe this storm right turning a little bit, huh? That's
It does.
Interesting.
It does appear it's doing that.
So if it is right turning, that's going to be pretty favorable for tornado potential. I mean, the storm's already favorable for tornado potential. Look at the line here as we zoom out, just a little bit of a wider view. So we've got severe thunderstorm warning. Wouldn't doubt if that storm becomes severe warned as well as the energy's moving in. If we can, let's keep up that WeatherBug Network camera on the bottom right just to get an idea. Okay, yeah, let's take Arkansas Children's Northwest. So we got a little bit of a wider view. Man, that ground, that cloud is very low to the ground. So we'll continue to watch that.
Another tornado warning.
New one that's issued. This is going until 7:45. Oh, brother. So we got more storms. Let's kind of zoom in on this. So there's the new tornado warning. Goes until 7:45. Radar indicated. We still have that considerable tornado warning, and then this is radar indicated. So this is dropping down just a little bit. See at the top, we got this banner to kind of, sometimes it can be a little bit of a confusion in terms of the communication with, I thought a tornado warning is a tornado warning. Yes, but, some storms are even stronger tornadoes. And so you've got the tornado warning, which is radar indicated, which means that it's not producing a tornado yet, but it could very soon. You've also got the confirmed tornado. That's when it has the black outline around it. Right now, we don't have that. Strong tornado shows that considerable tornado potential. And then if it turns pink, we don't want to see that. We never want to see that. That's a tornado emergency. That's the highest upper end of the tornado warnings that you can get.
So I think what we're seeing right now, Dan, is just some overlap between Tulsa and Little Rock right now in terms of these tornado warnings. Because I think Little Rock issued that tornado warning that's just a little bit further south. Tulsa issued that warning just a moment ago to the north.
Yep. Absolutely. And it makes sense. I mean, you got those areas. Now, one of the things, let's see how we're looking at with remember, we can't lose sight of our weather cameras. So Mount Magazine, we're going to be real close to this. I'm going to see if we can see anything. New tornado warning now. Oh, yeah, there we go. On the north side. So now we got eastern Washington County that's under a tornado warning for that area. And I wouldn't be surprised. Let's bring up our WeatherBug Network camera full on Weather 3. I got to look at this storm because this is also the same time when all these other storms are happening. Look at all the lightning, too. We're getting a good view of this cell. Let's bring that up if we can, Weather 3, and bring that up full. Not Weather 3, excuse me, the Prod PC. My bad. I apologize. So, yeah, we got a camera and a camera. Well, you can hear the thunder, too. The energy, folks, is moving in right now. You can tell. But there's a look at that cell, and I want to get an idea for exactly where that is. But we got multiple storms. We got to track them all.
There it is.
And so we want to take a look at this here. I'm not seeing anything in particular with that. I just kind of want to see if there's any visual, any type of, inkling that something's happening with this cell. Oh.
So that tornado warning, Dan, is just to the south of Elkins right now. Durham, Huntsville is also in that tornado warning. Japton as well. And if I'm zooming a little bit more here.
Look at this, too.
Yeah.
Northeast of Taneytown. This is exactly where we're looking, folks. That looks really dark and ominous. And this is an area that doesn't have any type of warning. So we need to watch this as well. Let's go to weather 2. And there's that area of circulation that's showing up. And if we look at the, let's bring up Mega Doppler, and look at that, very strong winds on there, kind of an elongated circulation. But there's the tornado warning that was issued for the Madison County area. So let's step back, let's get a wide view of what's happening, and we're going to start off with the most significant storm in the River Valley. So Josh, we want to put the reflectivity and the velocity on at the same time, just so we can get an idea for the circulation. So, and we got to remember to check out that WeatherBug Network camera from Mount Magazine. So there it is, strong circulation showing up. It's north of Waldron. We got all sorts of circulations. Look at this. This is crazy. Let's remove all those streets on there as we've had that kind of potted up. But there's a look at that area of circulation, elongated area of circulation, but there is so much going on there, folks. Just take your tornado precautions. If you're in Sebastian County, Logan County, Northern Scott County, this is you can see a lot of activity right there. Very, very strong circulation. In fact, that's tightening up quite a bit, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay, so I want to walk you through all those warnings. So tornado warnings, as we mentioned, till 7:45, till 7:30. There's a circulation. There's another circulation. Those two are moving northeast. Washburn, take your tornado precautions immediately. Zoom out. Let's go back up to the north. Let's look at the new tornado warning that's been issued. This is for southeastern Washington County, western Madison County. There's that area of circulation, QLCS tornado potential located right there. Third, we got this system that's northwest of Springdale on the leading edge. And let's look at the normalized rotation on that. That is really bright colors, folks, where you're seeing some strong circulation. Now, we've got, if you're in the producer booth, guys, bring up the iDrive Arkansas cameras right near Springdale and right near exit 72, 73. We'll be able to see this come through and see how heavy the rain is. And we can bring that up on the Prod PC. So we can bring up some of the iDrive Arkansas cameras, which is another view of this storm coming in. And look at the circulation compared to the actual tornado warning. It's actually stronger, but it is elongated. I know that's something that we got to watch. So let's bring up, and here you can see that on the Prod PC. If we bring up the Prod PC full, you can see the heavy rain coming down. So it's just been raining nonstop since about 4 o'clock, 4:30. Strong thunderstorms rolling through, and we're not seeing any type of, it's kind of tough to see in terms of the wind. Let's go back to, if we can, our WeatherBug Network camera, and I'm going to do this. I'm going to bring this up on Weather 2. We want to look at Arkansas Children's Northwest again. I've got to move the camera a little bit to the north. Can't see anything in terms of visibility on that. And so we've got a new flood advisory, too, that was just issued for Benton County because of these storms and the heavy rain that they're producing. So it looks like new, let's see here. We got more stuff going on. So I'm taking that WeatherBug Network camera from Arkansas Children's Northwest. Let me get the menu off of there. Just can't see anything, folks. The visibility, it's trash. It's just not good. All right. But we don't, that's right. We got the visibility on the radar. We can see that as well. Okay, Josh, what do we got?
So, Dan, we need to watch this area of rotation near Mansfield right now. This is a strong area of rotation showing up once again right now over Mansfield.
Okay.
Yep. And we just got word it's a confirmed tornado.
All right, they bring up the TDS. Let's see
Yep.
tornado detection.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, there it is. It's popping up. So here it goes. Next radar image, you're going to be able to see that.
Oh, Dan, actually, tornado warning observed for Madison and Washington County as well as Franklin and Sebastian County. So both of those tornado warnings are now observed.
All right, so we have two tornadoes on the ground at the same time, two different storms. Folks, what we're going to have to do is in the control room, we got to do weather 1, weather 2. So we got this one. Let's bring up just one panel. And we want to do on this one, I'm going to do a storm track. I'm going to draw this up for you guys. And on weather 1, I want you to do a storm track on the one in Madison County. Okay, guys?
Yep.
All right. So there's a confirmed tornado that's moving towards Huntsville area. We got our WeatherBug camera at Huntsville that we can check out. We got this storm that's just to the south of Greenwood. I'm going to do a track on this as it moves to the northeast from Mansfield. Woo, that was
There's
a
some lightning
rumble
out
of
there.
thunder.
Yeah, big time.
Energy is coming in, folks. This is the storm that we were talking about, and this is why we mentioned it so diligently, if you will, and adamant about trying to hold outdoor events or any type of things going on. So Boonville 728, Chisholmville 731, Cawthron 733, Magazine 738, Carbon City 746. This is where it's headed as it moves northeast. It's kind of taking a little more of a right turn too. So you need to be taking your tornado precaution. Let's see if this storm kind of sucked up the moisture and we can see, in fact, maybe from our WeatherBug Network camera, what's going on with this cell. So let me go ahead and remove that storm track. I want to go ahead and bring up the WeatherBug. And then on Weather 1, we need that track for the other tornado warning.
Yep, we got that up.
All right. Mount Magazine cleared out. So if there's anything with this storm, with the lightning, we should be able to see it. And is that, oh yeah, very low cloud base. I just saw it on our WeatherBug Network camera. Okay, so we need, okay, guys, we need to bring up that track on Weather 1 because we have a confirmed tornado. Let's go ahead and Weather 1 and Weather 2.
Let's pull that up on there. Right now, according to that track, 7:10 p.m. Durham. So in 3 minutes right now, that is imminent right now for the area of Durham. 7:14 Thorny. You got about 5 minutes remaining right now until this tornado is on top of you. It's on the ground right now. You need to take shelter immediately. 7:16 p.m. Wesley. That is about 10 to 12 minutes away from you. So you need to take your tornado precautions. 7:27 Huntsville. You need to be in your tornado shelters right now. This storm is moving very, very fast and it'll be on top of you in about 10 to 15 minutes. I'm also looking at 7:43, just a little bit to the northwest near Rock House. You need to be taking your tornado precautions at this current time with this cell. But right now, Durham, Thorny, Wesley, and Huntsville, you need to be in your tornado shelters right now as this storm is right on top of you. And yes, there is a tornado on the ground, according to the National Weather Service.
Yeah, yeah. And are we seeing the debris signature?
So let me.
No, that's that storm. There's two storms at the same time.
Yep.
So we almost need to bounce back and forth. And
not seeing it.
Not on there, but the beam is a little bit higher. The radar beam's a little higher. So let's look at this here. Oh yeah, a little bit right there showing up. It's a little bit of a debris signature. Yep, sure looks like it.
Definitely was on the ground there.
So that is a cell. So let's go to Weather 2. I'm going to bring this up on Weather 2. We don't have this up on any source. So I was looking. Did you see that lightning, by the way, that showed up? Okay, so let's bring us up in the weather lab here. Josh and I, along with Zach Gilday, we've got Anna Darling as well at the news desk. Anna, are you getting more reports of power outages? Just give me a thumbs up if you want to. Okay, she's got a little more information, and we're going to go to her in just a second. First of all, though, we got to cover these tornado warnings. So this tornado warning goes until 7:45 that you see on the screen. This is including Western Madison County, which, by the way, our WeatherBug Network camera, Zach from Huntsville. Let's do that. Let's point that southwest because this is going to give us an amazing view of this storm rolling in. So bring up the Huntsville WeatherBug Network camera and point it to the southwest, if you will. All right. So we're taking a look here. Oh, tornado emergency in McCurtain. Oh, my goodness. Okay. So we just saw that. Remember we were talking about the upper echelon of tornado warnings?
Mm-hmm.
There it is, folks. So tornado emergency for areas of McCurtain County, but that is going to be missing us. That's going to be going south. So 2 tornado warnings at the same time with confirmed tornadoes on the ground. Okay, Anna Darling, go ahead and give us some information on some of the new reports that you got.
Yeah, I just heard we are at about 424 power outages in Washington County. So that storm is definitely hitting. I know we've been focusing a lot on the River Valley. That's where many of the storms have been heading right now, but those storms are starting to make their way up more into the northwestern Arkansas area. So yeah, you can see here on your screen the numbers of our power outages right now. More than 121,000 customers tracked right now, 424 customers out, and a lot of those, and that includes Carroll County, Carroll Electric Cooperative, let's see, we got all kinds of people without power right now. So, and if you're in these areas, especially in that Huntsville, those Madison County areas, you'll definitely want to be taking shelter because it sounds like those storms are coming right your way. Dan and Josh and Zach have been doing a great job tracking this. They've been on the air since, I mean, I would say 5 o'clock. I think we had a brief break there at 5:30 when we had a slight lull in those in those mornings, but they've been on tracking these so well. So I'm going to send it back to you guys with more on I'm sure this is still a developing situation.
Yeah, thank you, Anna. I appreciate that. Josh, you can see this on Megadop. We
Yeah.
got 2 areas of circulation that are ongoing right now at the same time. You got one that's north of Mansfield now that's going to be crossing just northeast of Mansfield towards Washburn as it crosses the highway. You have another area of circulation that's starting to ramp up. And if you'll notice here, they're both cyclonic circulations. You've got radar winds that are going towards the radar, away from the radar. Radar is located in Fort Smith, and there's your area of circulation number 1, along with the TBS. You got radar number 2, or circulation number 2, that is showing up north of Mansfield. That's moving northeast. And then at the same time, we've got the other storm that's tornado warned in Madison County. Look at that. That's really tightening up.
Yep.
2 areas that are
2
tightening
areas.
up. This kind of reminds me a little bit, and I don't think the tornadoes are going to be as significant, but Greensburg had 2 circulations that were ongoing at the same time as well that were very intense and impressive like these. So this is pretty wild. This shows you the atmosphere is literally spinning like a top.
Wind shear is just insane.
Yeah.
It's just insane.
And we knew it would be. We
Yep.
knew the system was strong. We knew the system was intense. And this is why we put the alert day on the 7-day forecast. I want to do a reflectivity because I got to see what's going on. I can see the velocity. And so we got maybe a surge in the wind on the leading edge. There's a supercell with a rotation circulation that's going to be headed towards Washburn. Now that just crossed the highway right there, just to the north of Mansfield. And so let's go ahead and plot some roads on there. Let's put that, we'll put that highway on there. We'll let you know exactly where this circulation is. So the circulation is going to be north of Crossroads. Looks like we've got potential debris.
Yep.
This could be confirmed again as it's starting to ramp up. And maybe we got new information now for a new tornado warning. Let me check it out here and see which one this is. All right, so new tornado warning now for the north side of Madison County. So here's the deal. We need to be watching our WeatherBug Network camera on on the Prod PC. Let's bring that up on Mount Magazine. This is going to have an incredible view. Again, Mount Magazine located just to the south of Corley. So this storm, as it's moving in, as we take a look here, is moving into the area. We're going to be able to see this coming in. There is a very good chance that we'll be able, and the lightning is going to be tremendous on this. And you're going to see the cloud base is going to be very low as well. Let's bring this up full. I want to get a good view of what this looks like as this storm's moving in, because we can see for miles with this storm, with this WeatherBug camera. So flashes of lightning, those lights that you're seeing off in the distance, that is in fact Boonville. And Boonville is just a little bit west of the storm, but in fact in the tornado warned area. That is lightning in the foreground that's lighting up the beginning of basically the base of the storm. Now the area of rotation and circulation is located just to the southwest of Boonville. And so that's one of the areas. The other area is a little bit north of Washburn, just to the north of Boonville, that's going to be tracking through areas of Sebastian County, northwest of Logan County. I'm going to step out of the way again so I don't cover up anything. Look at all the lightning too. Very low cloud bases as well. So let's just continue to watch this. I do want to move that camera over just a smidge to the right because that's going to give us a view maybe perhaps of both circulations. So, and there's no reason to have any time lapse now. So the time lapse is shot because it's in the dark. Look at the lightning. Do you see how low that clouded ground lightning is?
Very low.
I mean,
wow.
This is crazy. So what you're seeing here is the city of Boonville, and you're seeing this tornado warned storm that has 2 circulations, very low cloud base. This is probably known as the precipitation free base on the leading edge of the storm. All the lightning, and we might be able to see, if we see anything on the ground, it would be power outages. It looks like too, sometimes the lights go out, but it's the cloud level. And I've learned this over time. It's the cloud level starting to obscure viewing, but we want to continue to watch this because you'll see the lights come back because the clouds move back out of view, and you start to get a little bit more of that lowering. So if there is anything on the ground, if there's any type of damage, we would be able to see it. But we do want to have the radar on at the same time, so you're able to see this as well as what's happening on the radar. But let's do that split screen again if we can, where we've got 2 windows at the same time, Josh. So there's a look at the warning. Man, those clouds are very ominous. Boonville, I would be taking your tornado precautions and fast with this storm. Because anywhere along there, look at how low those clouds are. At any time, we could be seeing a power flash explode in this area with this extreme lowering as it's moving in. Look at that. Man, that's incredible. Very intense storm. Okay, so I know this is the bigger view. I want to switch the view. In the meantime, just for the meantime, I want to take radar and we're going to put it in the big window, and we're going to put the Mount Magazine WeatherBug Network camera in the smaller window. So tornado confirmed. This warning came out just a few minutes ago, 7:45. That's the observed tornado that was reported just to the northeast of Greenwood and northeast of Highway 71. And there you see that area. I can hear the rain coming down too in northwest Arkansas. So it's starting to increase in intensity. Remember our WeatherBug Network camera, Mount Magazine, and we're looking to the west here. And we're looking at this area of perhaps, let's see if we've got a little bit of circulation. So it's looking like maybe a little bit more of a wind surge, but it could be strong enough winds that could knock power out for sure. No doubt about that. If we look at the, I want to look at this real quick. We're going to look at the debris signature. Let's see if we see any type of debris. On this, you can't really see. It's not as clear of a picture, and that's exactly why we've got Mega Doppler. Mega Doppler will be able to pinpoint those locations. And so maybe kind of gusting out a little bit, Josh.
It does
what do you
look
think?
like it's becoming a little more outflow dominant.
Outflow dominant. But at the same time, outflow dominant can still bring some strong winds.
That's very strong winds. I mean, that looks very powerful on radar.
Yeah, you can see those are like, we're talking 50, 60, 70 mile an hour winds. So very soon we're going to see the city lights of Boonville disappear, not because, they were knocked out with power, unless it just happens to disappear immediately, but the clouds will start rolling in and the storm will be obscured. I want to bring that camera up full again, because that did look a little bit ominous, where you saw some flashes that are ongoing, very low to the ground. Very low cloud base as well. Kind of losing focus in and out, and rightfully so. I mean, look at what's focusing on. Basically nothing, and then all of a sudden a flash of light, which is the lightning. Highly electrified storms, tornadic storms typically do this, where they have a lot of lightning with them. It shows you a very intense storm.
Positive bolts.
Yeah.
Yep. Cloud to ground.
Yeah, that is a good question. Let's check that out. Let's go to our a lightning, negative and positive. And so before we, oh my goodness.
I've got that pulled up on weather.
Yeah. On Weather 2, you can see the amount of lightning.
The lot.
Yeah, it's quite a bit. There's the tornado warning, goes until 7:45. We have a confirmed tornado for Sebastian County. I don't know if it's on the ground anymore. We do want to look. And by the way, in the meantime, Josh, you can behind the scenes look at Mega Doppler and see if you see any type of TDS or see any type of tornado detection signal. But here comes the storm moving towards Boonville. We're going to continue to watch this. Tornado warned storms. So, folks, we're approaching 7:21, and it's in the evening. We're covering up programming right now. We have a lot of storms that are multiple tornado warnings, and not just radar indicated, but confirmed tornadoes. So we cannot let our guard down, and this is within our weather coverage area. And so Huntsville, storms coming through Huntsville right now. And let's take a look at our WeatherBug Network camera from Huntsville. So we definitely want to do that. Stand by.
We still have that tornado warning, observed tornado over the Huntsville area right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're focused on that. We're focused on another one. Look at this camera. Check this out. If we go to weather, weather 2, this brings it up full.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, these winds are cranking.
Cranking up.
And good news is it doesn't look like power has been knocked out, but wow, that's a lot of lightning. And this is that warning that had confirmed tornado earlier. Don't know if it's on the ground anymore, but definitely a significant storm. And so we've got the camera pulled up. You're probably wondering exactly where this is and on the radar. And so while we have Weather 2 pulled up with our WeatherBug Network camera, I want to do Weather 1 and show that as well. Okay, so we're going to zoom out. I'm kind of moving the uh-oh, that looked a little ominous. Let's see what we got here.
Over there. Tremendous amount of lightning.
Tremendous amount. We're moving northeast now because the storm's already past our WeatherBug Network camera. But I don't see any power going out, so that's good news.
And by the way, that tornado warning that was over Huntsville has been allowed to expire.
Oh, thankfully. Okay,
So,
good deal. Still a nasty storm, though.
Yes, still a severe thunderstorm warning, though. National Weather Service has allowed that tornado warning that is in Franklin and Sebastian County to continue until 7:45 p.m. Still not confirmed, though, at this time.
Yeah, so here's the deal, guys. We got a lot of storms. We got a lot of significant weather. We got multiple tornado warnings, and we're covering them on air and online, knwa.com, on Facebook Live as well. And Anna, I know we're getting more reported of outages as the information continues to come in. So what's the latest now?
Yeah, I have a very handy website pulled up right now. It's called poweroutage.us. And so I've been using that to kind of watch as these power outages continue to come in. And let's see if I can pull up here. Sebastian County currently has 194 power outages. Franklin County currently has none, but that could change as these storms continue to roll in over the next few hours. Let's see. Crawford County currently has 132 power outages right now. Washington County is up to 453. We were at 424 just 10-15 minutes ago. So more power outages coming here in Washington County. In Madison County right now says 0. I mean, we have these storms coming in through Huntsville right now, so maybe that number is not updated correctly right now, but currently this website says no power outages in Madison County. Benton County currently has 74. Carroll County currently also does not have any power outages, according to poweroutage.us, a very handy website we've been using to track these power outages, as these storms roll through. And as Dan mentioned, if for any of these people who do have power outages right now, you can't watch us on TV, we're on our website, we're on Facebook Live. You can also go to our app. We have all of this web coverage, all of our, we're posting to our web story or to our website. We have this stream on our app. So definitely use these avenues if you were one of those people who loses power and needs to be informed about what's happening.
Yeah, thanks, Anna. I appreciate that. Those outages are representative of how the warnings, these tornadoes that are touching down, they're in fairly rural areas. So, but we'll continue to get more and more information. The storms are still ongoing. And so now getting really, really close to our WeatherBug Network camera at Mount Magazine. But let's do a wide view. There's so many warnings, folks, that we would literally have to zoom out all the way. And so first of all, some nasty storms in Texarkana. You can see the considerable tornado warning tags. We also have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued, and we also have flash flood warnings. In fact, every one of these storms is producing really, really heavy rain. And so we've got flash flood warnings. Let's take you through all of these warnings real quick after we give you the wide view. So flash flood warning for Benton, Carroll, Washington, and Madison County. That goes until 12:15. So these creeks and streams are going to rise fast. But the heaviest rain is going to be within the storms. So severe thunderstorm warning until 7:45. That is for Madison County. We work our way east. Newton County, Boone County, you haven't seen much at all. Be ready. This storm's coming your way, especially over the next half hour, maybe even less. New severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued, as you can see, that's located right here for Carroll, Franklin, Madison County. That goes until 7:45. That was issued not too long ago. Now you can see the city lights of, so is that the WeatherBug Network? Oh, okay. Let's go back to Huntsville. Power's out now. We used to have lights, and the lights are gone. And so people have been mentioning that their houses have been shaking, their power has been flickering. And so if we bring that up full, there used to be lights off in the distance, and now there's not.
And there's a ton of people on Facebook Live
Look
that are
at
also
that.
talking about their powers out in Huntsville.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's power flashes. That was a power flash. I think we got a circulation that's redeveloping again. Yeah. So that looked that looked a lot like a power flash off in the distance. So that's lightning. But power flashes last just a fraction of a second longer and is focused over a very small area. And I do believe that even though that looked a lot like lightning, I think that was a power flash. And well, rightfully so. Look at the power that's going on. Now that's lightning. There's a difference between the two. Whenever it kind of multiply flickers, that's not the power transformer exploding. But remember all the lights that we had here? They're all gone. They're all out. So that shows you there's definitely quite a few power outages. And Anna, let me know when we get Madison County up, because this will be a lot more than just a few tens and hundreds without power. So that's Madison County. Oddly enough, though, our WeatherBug Network camera, thankfully, still working. So where's this storm headed? We got to track this, Josh, and continue to watch this. So where is this storm headed? There's the latest severe thunderstorm warning, probably creating strong enough winds. I'm not saying that power outage was a result of a tornado. I'm just saying it's wind damage that's causing a power outages. So let's see. Let's go back to our radar source on Mega Doppler, because we want to get a good look at that storm on Mega Doppler. And so there it is, circulation that's showing up northeast of Huntsville, and that's exactly where we were looking. That's where that power flash would be. How about the tornado detection signature? Anything showing up on that?
Don't see anything.
You got to move it a little bit. No, actually, you got it within view. Okay.
I don't see anything there at this time.
Go back in time a little bit. Let's see if this ramped up. Still showing up, but I'm telling you, these QLCS tornadoes, they're not easy to spot. They're just not. So let's go back again. There's that circulation that was popping up. That's when it was confirmed. Mm-hmm. And so then it moved northeast. You know, I want to put on NWS Chad that power has been knocked out, and you can see on our weather camera that lights are out. So let's continue northeast. Move it along. This is past radar imagery. There's the circulation ramping up. That was right when it was coming through. So we switched the WeatherBug Network camera to Huntsville, and we spun it around before the power went out. So definitely an issue. All right. We got to go to the current time. It looks like the tornado warning has been dropped for that storm, thankfully. But still strong enough wind damage. And we want to do a storm track on that. I want to go back to our Mega Doppler source, bring that up. So, yeah, we could drop off the WeatherBug Network camera now, Mount Magazine. All right, so let's go back to Mega Doppler here. We'll take a look at this. We'll zoom out a little bit. So many storms going on, but we're trying to track them all. So Osage, Berryville, Swain, Salis, Jasper, you're going to be getting this storm as it comes your way. And remember, it has the potential to produce wind damage and maybe even a brief tornado, especially on the north edge of that line. That's where you have what would be called a bookend vortice. Ooh, man. Okay, back to our Mount Magazine WeatherBug Network camera. We need to see that as well. So let's go back to that circulation. There is just so much happening there. So much with the storm. Back circulation. You got the RFD that's wrapping around into the forward flank, it looks like. I mean, just some crazy physics that are going on. All right, let's bring up the Prod PC, and we'll bring up our WeatherBug Network camera. And so it's not out. The lights look like they've been out, but it could be we're just socked in with clouds. So let's see if we get any type of visibility. Okay, so it appears Huntsville has been knocked out with power as we showed you. Anna, just go ahead and just give us that report on the amount of people without power in Huntsville.
Yeah, I have the Carroll Electric map pulled up right now, and currently 956 people without power in Madison County, 42 in Benton County, and looks like they have some other areas that are outside of our coverage area. But yeah, almost 1,000 people without coverage right now in Huntsville, which, that just happened so quickly.
That number is going to be going up too. Yeah, that's just the initial stages, most likely more. But thank you so much for that, Anna. I really appreciate that report. Again, we're just looking at a black screen. I just want to see if there's any type of lightning, any type of visual on anything with this storm. So we know the camera's not down because you can see flickers of lightning. But it does appear that this storm is kind of gusting out a little bit. And in fact, maybe hopefully the tornado warnings get dropped here shortly so we can return you back to program. And we'll still cover these storms on Facebook Live just a little bit. But we're continuing to monitor these storms as they move in. And so thankfully, the other storms that are more significant. So Josh, let's do a little mega Doppler tour, if we will. And we'll take a look on weather 2. We'll bring up the reflectivity, because we got the velocity image, but it's just a little bit elongated. I don't see anything super menacing in terms of, going to produce a tornado right this second. We got the severe thunderstorm warnings that are happening, but notice the I-49 corridor. So my son and my daughter going to a church retreat, and we told them not to leave until 9 o'clock. It looks like that was a great call. The storms won't be impacting the air. They're all moving east of the I-49 corridor. Let's pan up just a little bit more, and we'll get into Benton and Washington County. So there's a look at the lighter to moderate rain that's falling, but the heaviest rain now on the leading edge of this line as it's moving through. Couple areas, though, to watch. We can't let our guard down near Rural and Green Forest as that storm moves to the northeast and moving into Carroll County. The warning does include southern Carroll County, but other areas, too, that are starting to spin up. The atmosphere is just ripe for spinning. I mean, just the ingredients are there. So we'll have to see if that does, in fact, increase in circulation. All right. Let's go back to that reflectivity image. Let's pan up a little bit more to the north, and we'll go a little bit farther west, too. I want to see when the clearing line is going to take place. So you can see some light to moderate rain over Gravette. Any type of circulation with that? I mean, even showers are spinning at this point. Thankfully, no, that's not. Okay. So we'll zoom out just a little bit more, go back to that reflectivity image. There's the leading edge of the back edge, or should I say not the leading edge, but the back edge of the rain that's about to move out. So it looks like, for the most part, if you're concerned about storms in Northwest Arkansas, everything's starting to wind down. But there is an example in Huntsville where, hey, the storm came in and really started to ramp up. Any information from NWS Chad, from the Weather Service on this cell, how it looks like it's gusting out? And you would have to go to Little Rock. So.
Yes. Well, Tulsa did say that they're going to continue their tornado warning. They just now sent this for Franklin and Sebastian County until 7:45 p.m. Still not observed tornado in that one, Dan, but they're going to continue it at least until 7:45.
Okay.
As we go to Little Rock here, tornado warning is going to continue as well for Logan County until 7:45 p.m. They did cancel the tornado warning for Scott County just a few moments ago.
Yeah, that's a little bit south of the actual warning area. So that's good news. Okay, so we're starting to get towards the end of our severe weather event. But we know that the damage has occurred. We know there's been power outages. We know there was a strong tornado that formed in southern Leflore County. And thankfully, these storms, they're still intense, but they're not going to be moving into our area, at least as of now. Now, eastern Scott County later on in about an hour and a half, that could be an issue as it moves back into eastern Scott County and eastern Logan County. But at the moment, those cells are going to be a little south of us. So
very strong winds, though.
Very strong
winds.
Can't downplay that by any means, right? Let's pan down just a little bit more, and I want to show, because we do have some friends in MENA. In fact, Chris Ebert, who is one of our engineers. Oh, look at that circulation that's approaching Wicks. So this is in towards the Polk County area, south of MENA. This area of circulation moving in, and you can see that considerable tornado potential, and then it's confirmed as well. So let's look at the tornado debris signature. Is there anything on that? And I know this is, okay, we got a new warning. Unfortunately, it was just issued.
Okay.
We'll look at that here in just a second. So
that tornado warning that was just issued is for Franklin County until 8:30 p.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 3 miles southeast of Charleston. That's that area that we were watching just a moment ago, that really bright colors.
Bright colors, could tighten up, could spin up. This is the Weather Service out of Tulsa that issues this until 8:30. So that's going another hour. So we'll continue to track these storms and watch them. Now, if the storm looks like it's weakening significantly and the tornado warning is still in effect, we'll drop off of it and we'll go on Facebook Live. But keep in mind, we'll continue to update you on our stream, and we'll pop back on if, in fact, it does become threatening. And we have to do that quick. We know that, obviously. We got a new warning, too, that just was issued.
That was a severe thunderstorm warning for Boone and Newton County. Goes till 8:15 p.m.
Let's check that out here. Let's look. So severe thunderstorm warning as we look at that storm. So new tornado warning that was just issued. Warnings are flying out left and right now. So definitely some active weather that's coming in. Oh, yeah. We had an idea, right?
We did. I mean, we had an idea probably a week ago. We were talking about the big dip in the jet stream and the amount of wind shear we would have in place.
Now, hopefully, we dodge a bullet in terms of, a significant tornado going through a heavily populated area. We already saw the damage, unfortunately, but hopefully we dodge a bullet on this in terms of that. But we still have a long ways to go before this storm system moves east of us. So there's that new severe thunderstorm warning till 8 o'clock. That goes for Berryville, Eureka Springs, Green Forest, Carroll County, impacted by that. Oh, man.
So, yeah, you can see that the rotation a little stronger just to the northeast of Charleston right now with that new tornado warning.
So you're going to be on Weather 1 on Mega Doppler, right?
No, I'm not on. Well, I can go to it right now.
Well, actually, let me pop it up real fast.
Okay.
We'll pop it up on
I'll make
Mega
a track.
Doppler. Okay. Yeah, you go ahead and make a track. There's a circulation right there. There's another circulation, and there's that new warning. And so it's not as tightly compacted as the other one. West of Paris. Do we still have that Mount Magazine Weather Bug Network camera? Maybe sometimes we can get a clearing and get a view of it. Okay, so we'll take a look here as it's approaching Mount Magazine. But man, what a mess of warnings, huh? A lot of warnings.
Yeah.
Okay, let's bring up that weather bug camera from Mount Magazine. Hey, there's a production control room. Go ahead and wave, Dalton. There he is right there. That's our producer, along with Josh, our totally tubular technical director. So we'll see this off in the distance. You can see this storm system moving into our northwest Arkansas and moving into the river valley. And so there was some lightning. Now it's kind of decreased a little bit. I mean, we're totally shrouded in cloud cover. There's really not much to see. But every now and then we'll pop off of it and we'll probably get a big shot of the lowering or something like that. Man, a lot going on for sure. Look at all those warnings. Multiple warnings, multiple areas. Wow, that was a big lightning shot. So you got a good view of definitely some electrified storm. All right, so west of Paris, you're about to get some winds as well. And so you can kind of see a small view of Mega Doppler. Just want to kind of see if we can see anything and get any visual on the storm. But
there's a little bit of tightening there.
Yeah, there is. I see that northeast of Charleston. I just saw that pop up.
Right now, according to our track, right now it's right over Peter Pender.
Oh, good old Peter Pender.
Yes.
All right, so Brother Bill from Peter Pender. Let's go back to that. That is going to be very, very tightening up. And we know this is an area prone for tornado potential. So let's zoom in on that. And there's Peter Pender. It's already moved over Peter Pender. But there's that area of circulation that's moved northeast of there. Lowe's Creek Road. Zoom out just a little bit. Quail Ridge. Back on May 24th into the 25th of 2011, this is a similar area to the Denning Etna tornado. Now, we're not saying the storm is the same, but we're just saying the area that the tract was very similar. So Meg's going to be impacted. Here you see Etna right here. Denning a little bit north of that. Etna and Denning, that's going to be moving very close to that area. So Deer Track Trail, let's zoom out just a little bit. And there you see Denning right there. So Etna, Denning, the storm's tracking. I imagine, let's put a little bit of go back a few frames and let's see which way this is headed. Very similar, isn't it?
Very. But you can see that tightening there.
Yeah, you sure can.
Let's take a look at our PTDS real quick. Okay.
Nope, nothing on the tornado detection algorithm. All right, so let's go back to the reflectivity real quick. Okay. We're just kind of learning all this at the same time. Very messy image in terms of, this is going to be rain wrapped. If you're looking at trying to find anything, trying to see anything, you can forget about it. It's totally rain wrapped. But it already moved northeast to Peter Pender, north of Coxville. You can see that storm as well. And Ozark, Whitaker Village, Altus, Denning. We got the Trustees too in Peter Pender. I'm sure they were hunkering down for this storm. That went very close to their area. Caitlin Trustee, Whitaker Village, Ozark. This is going to be making its way towards I-40. So we need to watch that for sure. It's still a little south, quite a way south of that. Let's zoom out just a little bit and we'll see what we've got. So yeah, there's I-40. And then we got highway just south of Ozark going towards Coal Hill. That's where it's going to be impacting and where it's going to be moving over. So let's do a storm track on that. We haven't done that in a little while. And we'll continue to watch that. New flash flood warnings too.
Flood warning, yep.
Let's just have every single warning you can possibly imagine at the same time.
Seems like it. And a lot of these are overlapping each other too. So you notice on WSI 1, Dan, look at all that. Severe thunderstorm warning, tornado warning. We got our storm track there.
Mm-hmm. I know.
Quite
A lot going on one image.
Yep. So 7:46 p.m. in about 4 to 5 minutes right over Etna. 7:53, we just talked about Ozark. Tornado warning there as well, so about 10 minutes. So make sure you're taking your tornado precautions there. If we're looking a little further down the line here, 8:21 p.m., if this storm wraps up just a little bit more, ozone. You need to start being prepared for this storm moving over your area. And then around 8:29 p.m., Rosetta as well.
You know, Joshua, while you were doing all that, I'm looking at this info surge, and you can see it right here showing up.
Yep.
See that? That's a sign that maybe this storm might be tightening up even more and getting closer to producing a tornado. As what's happening is you have very strong winds that are racing out and pushing the storm out ahead of itself. At the same time, you get that warm, moist inflow. So on the leading edge of that circulation, that's where you have that tornado potential. That's where that could be ramping up. And by the way, this is going to be coming close to Highway 64 as well, and going to be crossing that real soon. So there's that area where it's dropping off. And Roseville, north of Paris, like I said, very similar to that track on May 25th, 2011. It was the 24th into the 25th, 2011 for that Denning Etna tornado. But people know that one. They definitely know that area. So still kind of, it's trying, it's organizing, it gusts out, and then every now and then it starts to ramp up a little bit more, and then it's what we call cycling. This is cycling of a storm. So I hope it drops off completely here before we get to the 8 o'clock hour. We want to return you back to programming. Thankfully, the World Series isn't on tonight, so that's good. We didn't have to, interrupt the World Series program. We know Dateline's coming up on NBC. We know you want to watch that as well, but at the same time, we do have to provide a service and keep people safe. But if these storms are in fact becoming outflow dominant and are transitioning to more of a severe threat, we won't drop off of them completely, but we will on television. So,
hey, Dan, I had a great question as well from Brenda. I know we've talked about this several times before, but a lot of people who've just moved to the area don't know what to do in case of a tornado. Maybe a good idea to bring up that graphic that we talk about a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. We can do that. We talk about that. We brought that up a few times, but you may have just tuned in. You may be just watching. Tornado safety can really be summarized by spelling the word duck. It's an acronym that we made up, and I actually got to give props to a meteorologist that I work with in Little Rock, Mr. Mike Francis. He was the one that introduced me to this, and I'm like, I'm taking that, I'm running with it. So downstairs, under something, center a house, keep away from windows. It really is the best thing to do in a tornado because you want to get as low as you possibly can. So that's the D part of the downstairs, under something, center of your house. The outside walls are the ones that are going to come down first, and the more walls you put in between you and the outside and the tornado as possible is the best. Keep away from windows. That's obviously goes without saying. Glass flying around at 100 miles an hour? No, thank you. I don't want to do that. Do we have we're going to have the new risk here coming out, and I think we're going to start to see some changes to it.
Yes, we will. And also the National Weather Service in Tulsa said that they will drop the tornado watch at 9 o'clock p.m. for those northwest Arkansas counties. So Benton, Washington, Carroll, and Sebastian counties will all be dropped at 9 o'clock for the tornado watch.
Awesome.
So that's great news right there.
Well, this still has a circulation that's showing up, and it's kind of tightening up every now and then, and you can still see the winds that are racing rapidly into the storm. The radar located right here, southwest of Barling and Fort Chaffee, that's KSRX. The winds are racing in towards the center of the storm. That's called inflow, and inflow is a sign that this storm is still not outflow dominant. And then at the same time, you've got this area of circulation where winds are racing out away from the radar. So away from the radar, towards the radar. I could summarize this and I can show you here with some graphs. So that's going away from the radar and towards the radar. There's your circulation right there. And that's where, if it would strengthen even more, that's where your tornado potential would be.
So we're getting some reports of damage now, and some of these storms have already passed through the area, Dan, but near Dayton Road in Sebastian County, Arkansas, Witcherville, there was a large tree that was reported in a roadway there.
Okay.
So that definitely sounds like there was some damage there. Not seeing a whole lot of other damage reports at this current time. See a lot of reports of, or preliminary reports of wind gusts up to 50 to 60 miles per hour near LaFleur County earlier, near the Muskogee Turnpike. There was a 52 mile per hour gust confirmed there. But right now, according to NWS Chat, not getting any other reports of damage at this current time. But that could soon change as recovery teams go out there and see what happened.
Yeah, and it is at night. The visibility was low. The storm spotters, they do a great job. This is a very tough storm to chase. It was in a rough and rugged terrain. The visibility was bad. The bases of these storms are very low to the ground, so you had to be basically on top of them to see anything. One thing we want to see is a little bit of hail showing up. Hail has been the least of the threats out of all this. We knew that was going to be the case. Maybe some pea-size hail. It looks like a new tornado warning has been issued, and it could be for that cell up north.
Yep, that's for Carroll County.
So been focused on this storm. Now we got to go back and jump up and look at that. Remember, that's the same one that came through Huntsville. So we knew that there was that potential, and this is the National Weather Service out of Little Rock issuing this. Right on that north edge of the area. And remember, we were looking at that circulation. So let's check it out. Let's bring that up on Megadoppler. Go ahead and tell me when you got it positioned on that area, and I'll go ahead and switch the source here.
Okay, we got that pulled up.
And so
now we may need to move to the Springfield radar soon here.
Yeah, not yet. I don't want to do that yet because I could do that on Weather 2 by itself. Okay. So we'll bring it up here on Weather 2, and we'll go to the Springfield radar. Okay, so there's a look at the tornado warrant. Now, look at that little circulation. Remember Green Forest? I was mentioning that. Berryville, now crossing Highway 412. We know that way. You take it all the time when you go to Branson. Also, north of Osage, Highway 45. That's that area right there as it's moving northeast. So just a little west of Alpena, that's where that storm's located. I want to show the velocity signature like you mentioned. Let's look at that from, okay, so there it is. A little bit of a tightening that's happening. So that's why the Weather Service issuing that. Also by Carrollton, there's Alpena. So Alpena moving northeast and moving very close to your area. I'd say this is 2 areas of circulation, and that's why the Weather Service has that warning extending all the way over there. So we saw that this could produce damage and knock power out. So we're approaching 7:50 in the evening. How long does this warning go for?
Yeah, this warning goes until 8:15 p.m.
Okay.
It's moving extremely fast right now, 50 miles per hour. So if you're in any of these towns in this warning right now, take your tornado precautions immediately.
And let's see who is in those areas. We'll zoom on in. And we know Green Forest. We want to get down to maybe some rural areas. Urbanette, a little east of you, Yoakum, Oak Grove, Farewell, Denver, Coyne. Those are all areas that are in northeastern Carroll County that really need to be watching. Blue Eye as well. That storm's headed your way. You are in that tornado warned area. So big time storm, lots of severe weather coverage, and we've been watching those circulations pretty closely. So that's with the different radar, obviously. That's with the radar from Fort Smith. I want to go back to that storm, though, that's in the River Valley, and I want to take a look here, if we can, on one of our WeatherBug network cameras.
And those tornado sirens are going off in Ozark right now, according to our Facebook Live comments.
That makes sense. Any other comments, too, that are pressing that really need to be answered at all? So I don't know if you're seeing any of those. I know we're probably getting hundreds.
Yeah, a ton of comments right now. Harrison getting scary on the north side right now. I think at this current time in Boone County, only under severe thunderstorm warning near Boone County. So, but looks like right now, southeast Newton County, Fallsville, I think a severe thunderstorm warning there as well. How about another tornado warning?
Yeah, let's check it out. Let's see what we got here.
So that's for Johnson and Logan County until 8:30 p.m. It's near Ozark, like we just talked about.
Yeah. So there's Clarksville, Ozone. That's Johnson County, as you mentioned, northern Logan County. It's the same storm, still going until 8:30. We just can't drop off of this storm, folks. You saw what it did. You saw how fast it could develop. If we drop off of it and it produces a tornado, we won't be able to get back on before it hits.
And this storm has a history of producing multiple tornadoes.
Yeah, in fact,
So,
we can look at the damage reports. Let's bring those up. I'm going to zoom out. We're going to bring up the local storm reports, and you're going to see tornado. They don't have anything in Lafleur County yet, but they should. There will be. They haven't confirmed it yet. They haven't gone out and looked at the survey, but there was debris. There was a debris signature too. We know that there was a tornado that touched down in southwestern Lafleur County, crossed over the Ouachitas, continued northeast. We know there was debris also located in southern Sebastian County and eastern sections of Lafleur County. That storm that really ramped up quick near south of Fort Smith. And trying to remember the name of the town. It's was it Black Fork? Is that what you were saying?
Big Cedar.
Big Cedar, now north of Big Cedar. And then that storm continued northeast. And then we had additional storms that popped up as well. So not a whole lot of reports out there, but we know there's going to be more in Lafleur County. So let's show you the big picture. Look at this. This shows you really when the energy moved in. And look at those storms. Those storms are cranking ahead of everything else. And those are going to be making their way towards central Arkansas. Definitely not a system to let your guard down. If you're traveling on I-40 eastbound, you better be watching out for those storms. Multiple tornado warnings across the board there in southwestern Arkansas. So, and we had a tornado emergency back in the time right there.
Yep, new tornado warning.
And
this one was issued by Little Rock for Boone County
okay
until 8:45 p.m.
This one's in
near
extreme
Green Forest.
northwest Boone County.
Yep.
If you're traveling up to Branson, maybe this afternoon, evening, you're on Highway 65 north of Ridgeway, your area is going to be impacted. There's the new tornado warning.
Dan, we may have a tornado
8:45.
on the ground just to the south of Altus right now.
Okay. Another ramping up here.
Yep. If you go to Mega Doppler, you'll see on our PTDS.
Okay, let's do that.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, there it is, confirmed, south of Altus, and that is very close to the Denning-Etna tornado again.
Yep.
Let's look at the velocity signature. That's it. There it is. Circulation showing up south of Altus, so this will most likely become confirmed here shortly, and that's that area of rotation that just ramped up rapidly. Let's move that back in time. I want to see how fast that develops.
And we're getting reports of power flashes near Altus as well right now with this. So
Okay.
definitely on the ground.
All right. I don't have any way to see that, unfortunately. Maybe we can do that. Yeah, it's just going to be too hard to look at. All right, let's see here. We're going to pan to the north.
And the Tulsa just now put that new tag on it. Observed tornado for Franklin County, Arkansas.
Okay.
Near Denning, right over Denning right now.
So it's yeah, there it is. Very strong circulation. Debris signature showing up, confirmed. So let's go ahead and stop that. Put that, hit number 5 if you can, and we're going to look at that. Such a good product, isn't it?
It is amazing.
There it is, south of Altus, confirmed tornado. So we have 2 tornadoes, 2 tornado warnings. One that's very close to being confirmed in northeast sections of Carroll County, northwestern Boone County. We're focused on this one right now because obviously there's one that's confirmed. Radar is observing a tornado, meaning the debris is being lofted and we're able to see exactly what that debris, exactly where that debris is in the air. And there it is right there and still continuing. Now, it might have just been a very brief touchdown. It doesn't look like a super strong circulation, but the debris is still lofted in the air. So Cole Hill, Highway 62, this is coming right over your area. So definitely something to watch. So let's zoom in a little bit. Let's get some roads plotted if we can. And we want to do this on one screen. So Denning, Altus, Alix, power flash is happening.
moving
So
over.
there's 64. I said 62. I meant 64. Sorry. Cambridge Hill. Then you got east of Altus. There's Vineyard Road. Some of the other words. And Coal Hill. So in between Altus, Coal Hill, crossing a major highway, probably debris raining on you right now, honestly. And wonder if this will continue all the way to Whippoorwill Road.
Mhm.
Zoom out just a little bit and let's see how close it is to I-40. Not very far
Not
away.
very far at all. Just to the north of Hartman, if
Now,
you're on Interstate 40.
Some of our WeatherBug network cameras can't see this, but iDrive Arkansas cameras on I-40 might be able to bring this up. So if you're in the control room, let's try to bring that up. See if there's any cameras that are close to the Denning Etna area or Denning.
I've got a
say
camera right now
Colorado.
pulled up on Weather 3.
Okay.
Near, just to the north of Ozark. And there is a ton of lightning right now, and the winds are whipping.
Yeah, okay.
Mhm.
North of Ozark. Let's go ahead and we'll bring that up. And this is going to be on Weather 3. So it's a source. Okay. Okay. All right. So let's go to, and we disconnected something on Weather 3 and we didn't reset it. So, yeah, there you can see the winds picking up, a lot of lightning, people driving in this. So this is exactly where is this location? All right. So Coal Hill is a little west. The storm is a little west of Coal Hill. Now, which direction is that looking? Do you know? Trying to look
I can
at
look
that.
right here for you, Dan.
Yeah.
This is looking east.
Looking east.
Mhm.
Okay. So Coal Hill looking east, the tornado would be looking west.
Yep.
So they'd have to flip that camera around. So there's the Highway 64. You can see all the areas that are on there. Confirmed tornado. Let's real quick change our attention on Weather 1 if we can. I want to keep Mega Doppler on Weather 2, but on Weather 1, yeah, there's the new tornado warning. Okay, we got that track. That's confirmed too now. Oh, wait, that's the same one.
Yep. That's
I'll look at the same one.
We got a new tornado warning now. This one is an observed tornado for Montgomery, Polk, and Scott and Yell counties right now.
Okay.
That was just now issued.
And that's
by
for the
Little
storm.
Rock.
That's to the south.
That's to the south.
That's that stronger storm. Looks like the debris signature is starting to drop off a little bit. So, my goodness, so many storms, so many warnings. Okay, let's check out the Ozark iDrive Arkansas camera and see what we got. Yeah, there's that storm, Scott County. That's going to be trouble. That's moving through. That could be moving towards Danville.
Been watching
over
that one
time.
closely. History of violent tornadoes with that one.
Yeah, that is a really strong circulation right there. So it looks like I wouldn't be surprised if this is lifted. It put down a tornado briefly, and then it lifted as it's crossing near I-40. There's the very latest radar image. You could see me adjusting this on Mega Doppler. And so we'll take a look here at the velocity signature. And there is that storm still showing up. But the rotation is definitely weakened from what it was. So we're going to continue to monitor that, watch that. All right, we got an iDrive Arkansas camera brought up, and that was from Ozark. Let's bring this up, Josh. You'll see what people are encountering right now as the storm's a little bit to the east of Ozark. So that is looking east, right?
That camera is actually facing west.
Oh, is it?
Yes, yes.
Okay, that's facing the wrong way also.
Yep.
Okay. Well, regardless, you can see the rain coming down. We have a new tornado emergency too.
Yep, Little River and Bowie counties.
Those
That'd be down near Texarkana.
storms are really cranking up. Yep. So that's just about ready to pop on there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see it on here yet. Here we go. Confirmed. I'm looking here. I don't see it unless it's going to pop on here in just a second.
Maybe it's been
It
dropped.
might have been just
It
issued.
may have. Yep.
Has it been dropped?
It's.
Well, it still shows
It
up.
says it expires at 8 o'clock. Yep, it's dropped. It dropped. It's
Okay.
out. Yep.
It just dropped.
It just dropped. It
Okay.
started at 8.
Oh yeah, there it is. It's
Yep.
gone. Okay. That's what we were seeing. Yeah. So Eastern Scott County really needs to watch.
Yep. So we
on
got a
this
tornado
storm.
track on that one here in Scott County right now.
Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and we'll do that on Scott County. So new tornado warning that's just been issued. Weather one, Josh, go ahead and do that and put up a storm track on that.
Yeah, so we go to weather one here. So, yep. So Scott County in our coverage area is under this tornado warning. There is a confirmed tornado with this storm. Now, it does look like the circulation right now is just to the south in Polk County near Mena. But if you are near Sims at 8:34 p.m., the storm's heading towards you right now. We've also got at 8:48 p.m. Gravely, 9 o'clock p.m. Briggsville. So in about an hour or so, it could be moving towards you. And this storm has a history of producing violent tornadoes, and it's on the ground right now. So if you're near Briggsville, you need to keep an eye on this for about another hour or so. And then at 9:06 p.m., just on the edge of that track right now near Rover, you also need to be making your tornado preparation plans as well. But right now, it looks like if you're in the Big Fork area, and I know, Dan, that's just a little bit south of our coverage area, but we could have people watching on our Facebook Live as well, or have family and friends down there. You need to be taking your tornado precautions now because there is a confirmed violent tornado on the ground.
And these storms are not messing around. They have all the ingredients, they have all the environment, and we already saw what happened earlier today. So, Josh, thank you so much for that. So it's 8 o'clock. I know we want to get you to programming, but we currently have 3 tornado warnings in our weather coverage area. There's no way that we can drop off of television coverage in case these storms do move into someone that's living within the path. We just got to cover it. Unfortunately, we're going to continue to talk about these storms. Tornado confirmed. As you can see, that's a little bit different than just a tornado warning. Yes, it will be barely grazing southeastern Scott County. But as we zoom out here just a little bit on weather one, and you need to control this right now, Josh. So let's zoom out just a little bit. We'll move this track, and we're charging up the old iPad. So we'll pan up to the north. New confirmed tornado warning now. As we mentioned, this is one that was just issued not too long ago. This is going until 8:30. It's observed. So this is the storm that has an observed tornado. If you zoom in on this with this storm, so there's that tornado warning goes until 8:30, and the original warning that was in eastern Franklin County, which is expiring here at 8:30 as well. So the storm's moving out, and that was going to be dropped pretty quick. And then we got another tornado warning that's covering northeastern Carroll County until 8:15. That one's going to be moving out here pretty soon. Severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. That's for Taney County, just south of Branson. Let's look at that circulation if we can. And we can bring that up on Mega Doppler on Source 2. Just let me know when we get that. So we're zipping back up there. There's that area of rotation starting to move away from the radar. I don't want to leave the Fort Smith radar yet because we have other storms that are a little more pressing. But that's moving out of Omaha and moving out of our weather coverage area into Taney County. So say goodbye to that one, and that's going to be the end of that. Let's go to the reflectivity image real quick, and we'll look at, there's the area of circulation. So going back down to that confirmed tornado that's in eastern Johnson County, there it is right there. And so let's look at that circulation. There's so much going on right now. If you're underneath that, you're just seeing the clouds spinning, and you need to be taking shelter for sure. Harmony, seeing that tornado potential. Clarksville, you also are under the tornado warning. There's an area of wind surge that's happening. Hagerville, Ozone, all these areas are in this confirmed tornado. And that was just issued not too long ago. So that's still ongoing. And then we have that other tornado warning that's for southeastern Scott County. So many warnings to go through. We just got to continue to stay on them because the environment that we're living in right now, these spins can happen before if we go to commercial break, it could happen before we get back to programming. So we just got to continue to stay on these, and these storms are definitely dangerous. So tornado warning remaining in effect, OARC, Ozone, Hagerville, Clarksville, as we just mentioned, but a lot going on in terms of these storms and the activity. So
yes, to say the least. And we got an update on our power outage situation as well, Dan, right now. Scott County reporting 303 outages at this current time. We also got a report from Madison County of about 1,015 So quite a few power outages in Madison County with these thunderstorms, and Franklin County, where we've seen a few tornado warnings. 169 power outages just reported there. So definitely going to continue to see more outages as we move throughout the nighttime hours right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, these are highly electrified storms.
Oh, there's a lot of lightning. I
Uh-huh.
just wish they'd move out of our weather coverage area, and it's getting close. It's getting close.
Very close.
But we're still going to last just a little bit longer. So,
And by the way, Dan, great news for Benton, Washington, as well as Crawford and Sebastian counties.
tornado warning gone. Tornado watch gone.
Gone.
Yeah.
So no, the threat has passed. If you're in any of those counties right there, you don't have to worry about any more severe weather for the night.
That's good. Good deal. That's some good news. There's also, they're talking about the Arkansas River rising too, or some of the local rivers with all the flash flooding too, flash flooding potential. So, like I said, these storms are still continuing. We got a confirmed tornado. I want to see if there's any type of debris signature. It just kind of looks like it's a little elongated at the moment. It could change, but
and we got a new update, by the way, as well from the National Weather Service in Little Rock. Johnson and Logan County just had a tornado warning continue for that observed tornado that's near Woodland, or 7 miles northwest of Clarksville. That's moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So
all right,
that was just updated by the National Weather Service in Little Rock.
so bring up our tornado detection. Let's see if there's anything showing up. I just don't
see
really
anything there.
see. I don't really see
Maybe a
anything.
little bit before that.
A little bit before. That's what we were seeing in Coal Hill, and I think that was the debris that was lofted. Remember how it touched down, did some damage, picked up that debris, and then lifted again. So I think that this storm is cycling again.
And it's been doing that since 3:30 p.m. down in North Texas.
Yeah, that's the way these storms do that, cycling. So I don't think there's a confirmed observed tornado anymore. I think it's a radar indicated tornado warning. There's that circulation right there, Harmony, Clarksville, Scranton. And if we zoom out here a little bit, we'll take a look at the other storm. That's a circulation right there that's showing up. And that's going to be clipping southeastern Waldron County. Yeah, board camp. That's an intense storm. New severe thunderstorm warning to talk about. So that's popped up. And we'll take a look at that when that gets issued.
And that severe thunderstorm warning is for Boone County until 9 o'clock p.m. And I do have it pulled up on WSI 1.
All right.
Want to take a look at that?
Let's look at Max 1. Weather 1, and we'll bring that up. So we're on Weather 2 right now. We're looking at that circulation that's in Polk County. Missing Mena, thankfully. That was a close one.
Yes.
That's an observed tornado too, by the way. So Weather 1, if you guys are in there in the control room, let's bring that up. There we go. Severe thunderstorm warning until 9 o'clock, and that's for eastern Boone County. So that storm's beginning to move out. That's the one that on the north end of that had the tornado warning.
And thankfully, no tornado possible tag on that either.
All right, here's what's going on. I don't think this storm in Johnson County is producing a tornado anymore.
I don't think so either.
And I think it's starting to weaken according to what I'm seeing. It's starting to gust out. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to send you to programming. I know you missed the beginning of Dateline. You'll be able to see it, though, again on Peacock along with some streaming services. And hopefully you'll be able to catch the beginning of it. We're going to send you back to programming, but we will continue this stream on Facebook Live. And if this storm starts ramping up again, which is currently possible, we'll let you know about it. But until then, thanks for watching our severe weather coverage, and keep you here with your weather authority, and we'll keep you safe. Okay, guys. So we're still watching this. It could ramp up. It could circulate a little bit more, but at the moment, it's not confirmed. It's not developing. And yes, there's a tornado warning, but all the warnings are kind of on the outskirts of our weather coverage area. The storm in Boone County is moving out. We'll still continue to cover it.
And that tornado warning expired too. That was in Boone. So
okay, so
that's
everything, the warning in Boone County is expired. So on Weather 1, And you've seen all this stuff many times, considering how many we've been going. But Fort Smith area is done for the night, folks. Yes.
Yep.
Joshua, you're good to go. Everything's finished there. So here's a satellite radar loop. Man, what a crazy storm. Intense storm as
Very
well.
intense system.
I just don't see anything to continue this warning right now. Now I know Scott County is under the gun. Southeastern Scott County, Yell County, under the gun for sure. However, at the moment, there just is no impending damage, no impending danger.
Not at this current time.
No.
Yep.
And I know that sounds counterintuitive because there's a warning, but
Yep.
it's just it doesn't have that look.
Because remember, the warning, is a polygon, right? It's for the entire area where that tornado could be.
Yeah.
But when we look at reflectivity and we look at velocity, it doesn't look like that's in the area at this current time. That can change. That's why the polygon's so big. But right now, the rotation and the possible tornado is not over Scott County.
Considerable tornado. Look at that.
Yeah.
Now we have to switch radars for that. Look at it. Confirm. But this isn't confirmed anymore.
No, that's
If that starts ramping up, we'll be able to know. But how about those? I just got to say this. How about that mesocycle, the what we call the tornado detection? That thing is amazing.
Yes.
And it's something that we really liked for sure.
We were able to pick up on the storms and call them on the ground before the observe tag was even put on them.
I know.
That's going to help so much in getting people into shelters and getting people into position to be safe from these storms. Gives so much more time.
That's right. Absolutely. So people are asking, Carroll County, yes,
Yep.
you're in the clear. You're done. Benton and Washington County, you're done. You might still see some showers, but that's about it. By the way, remember the stratiform rain that I was telling you about? How the models don't do well on that?
There it is.
There's the stratiform
Yeah.
rain.
Yeah.
So no doubt. Clarksville, yes, still a tornado warning, but it's north of Clarksville. Storms weakening, storms dying out. And all right, so here's what we've got. I'm going to take a look here at the other part of the storm. So we'll work our way south. Everything in the River Valley, you're done. You have nothing to worry about. Storm's over. Everything in Scott County, except for extreme southeastern Scott County. There's that storm that's coming your way. And it still has a lot of circulation with it. But this is gusted out. They don't
Outflow
need,
dominant. Yeah.
if anything, it's going to be on the north end. So Salus, ozone, that's the area that needs to be concerned with right in here. But at the moment, I just don't see anything right now. Western Grove, you're done too. Storms are over. So yeah, it was an interesting weather event. I know we're going to have confirmed tornadoes. I mean,
Several.
I don't understand that the TDS is out there. You saw the debris. We just need to have that on the actual LSR.
Yeah.
So it looks like we have tornadoes.
It's and very challenging areas to for spotters to get out there. For obviously the NWS is going to go out there and do damage surveys and things like that. So there's probably be more confirmed tornadoes as we move throughout the next several days. But yes, I have a feeling we're going to see multiple tornadoes.
Getting hammered in Paris, absolutely. You are getting hammered, but you're not getting hammered with tornado potential. So let me load that up here. So here's Paris and Subiaco. You're on the western edge of the leading edge of the line, so you will not have tornado potential. This warning, by the way, goes until 8:30, right? Or is it 8:45?
It goes until 8:30 for Northeastern, Logan, and Johnson.
I think they'll expire it before.
They will.
But maybe not with the environment that's ongoing. So a little bit there that's starting to pop up. That looks a little misleading now. Oh, thank you, man. Hey, what's up,
Thank
BJ? How you doing, man?
I drove through that on my way up here.
Was that pretty nasty? Oh,
Wow.
man.
Bubble got a little tight.
Yeah, storm. All right, so there is something there that we have to watch north of Harmony. Yeah, see, but I don't know about that because that just pops up and that stays put. that looks like a false return.
Little sus.
You see that?
Yep.
Sus. I use it all the time.
Yes.
Baja Blast time. You got it, Joey.
Celebration.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I really hope no lives were lost too.
Yeah.
You're welcome, Amanda. Oh, had to do your rounds in Fort Smith. You're soaked, I imagine. It's just difficult when you've got all those weather bug cameras and you got all those. By the way, I saw someone said every time I said weather bug, they screamed it at their house. So I don't know. They're like weather bug. Or you could play maybe a bingo drinking game or something like that with weather coverage.
You'd be in bad shape.
Yeah, you'd be in some rough shape. But so seriously, I just don't think. I bet you that disappears as a velocity signature. But we're going to continue to watch it. We're going to see. But it just looks kind of sus.
And let's go ahead and look at this storm right here just real quick as well. That even looks like it may be weakening just a bit.
Ooh, I don't know about that. That's got the look.
No, you're right.
That's got the look. That's tightening up. It still is in Polk County. Polk County is not in our weather coverage area.
Yeah, there's a TVS.
Yeah, that's tightening up.
Yeah.
And once that gets close to Scott County, we're going to have to do an update.
Yep.
Ooh, Jennifer said that sounded very similar to the 2018 tornado.
It was.
So Jennifer, where are you at? Tell me where you're at, where you're located, and would love to know. Because 2018 tornado was the one on November 30th that happened. That's the one we were looking at too.
Yes.
Remember the weather system that we were looking at yesterday? In comparison.
Those
This is rough right here though. Guess what? Panels number 5. We'll get an idea if there's a confirmed here. Ooh. That's looking interesting.
Tightening up.
Oh, Mike Brown's wife. There you go. So you were worried about that storm about 2018. And so I didn't know if that was Mike Brown's wife or not. I didn't want to make an assumption, but Jennifer Brown said she was worried about this storm. And she said it sounded real similar. Did you lose power, Jennifer, by the way? Because that went right over your area.
Getting a lot of power outage reports.
Any concerns now for Subiaco, Logan County tonight? No, you're done now. Storm is over. The only concern might be eastern Logan County, but I think it's done. I think it's out of there. This just doesn't. Oh, look, the velocity signature disappeared.
Gone. Sus, as you said.
Yep.
Confirmed sus.
Yep. This looks kind of interesting though. That little curl. There's so much curling going on with these little cells.
It's all the shear, man. It's all that shear that's in place. It's crazy.
Absolutely. No power loss. Ozark is done too.
Yep.
Yes, you're getting rain, but the storm's pretty much moved east of you. Yeah, you're still getting rain, but the heaviest stuff is right on the leading edge. All right, Lamar.
So Garrett's talking about Clarksville.
Yeah, we'll go to Lamar here.
Yep.
Lamar is right on the leading edge of the line, but no tornado potential. Horsehead Lake. All right. Oh, that's Horseshoe Bend. That's not Horsehead Lake. Yeah, so let's we'll kind of check it out and we'll see what we got here with Horsehead Lake.
Yeah. Horsehead Lake.
Oh, that's in the Clarksville area.
By the way, my favorite town, I have a new favorite town in Arkansas, Peter Pender.
Oh yeah, I love Peter Pender.
Peter Pender.
There's some good people there.
Yes.
So Horsehead Lake is on the northwest side of Clarksville, but we just want to let you know that shouldn't be anything there. Let's see if it shows up here. Guess it doesn't show up. Guess we got to add that.
Yep.
Ozark is done. Dan, I'm in Central Arkansas. I need you to come here, says Natalie. Natalie Evans. Yeah. Central Arkansas could be getting rocked too. By the way, they said the instability would be lacking, but And maybe the storms will weaken, but they're cranking right now.
And I'll tell you what increased our instability today was the sun coming
Mhm,
out. You know,
mhm.
a lot of the models were not picking up on that, not doing a great job with it, and that enhanced our instability quite a bit and allowed for that limiting factor to be overcome.
Yep.
And it turns out too that the rain that we had ahead of the storms didn't really matter either.
No. It might have because we survived with no tornadoes in northwest Arkansas. Real close though.
Now, just southwest of Huntsville, there was an observed tornado.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But
Yep.
that was the only one.
Yeah.
And it wasn't on the ground, I don't think, very long, thankfully.
Roby said my favorite town is Toadsuck.
I love
in
the Toadsuck.
Conway.
I love Toadsuck because they have the Toadsuck 5K down there, and you can take your dog and run with them.
And Toadsuck Park
It's
for
Yep.
Toadsuck days.
Toadsuck Day.
Where people put their hand on the car, touch a truck. Remember?
Oh,
Or I forgot what they were. How many confirmed tornadoes are we at? I don't know. What do you think? Like 8, 9?
it's up there.
Tornado warning southeast of Branson
Yeah.
too, in Taney County.
Mm-hmm.
That's been the north edge of that cell.
I mean, we'll look back on this live stream, but I'm going to say at least 8.
Favorite town name is Booger Hollow.
I love Booger Hollow.
That's a good one.
Booger Hollow.
How about the good old town in
How about King Biscuit?
King Biscuit?
Oh, I know what
yeah.
you were talking about. Yeah. Yeah.
Can we say it? It's a town.
It's a town.
Blue Ball. It's a town.
It's a town.
Blue Ball, Arkansas.
It's really.
All right. Anyways,
Suck.
no, not that one.
No, not
There's
that.
no town like that.
No. Nope.
All right. Well, we still have 200 people watching. We're still covering these storms. Ozone, you're fine too. It is just east of Ozone. Let's zoom in. You are getting some strong winds, but it's just east of Ozone. The tornado potential is just really gone. They need to drop this warning.
They do
here.
need to drop it.
I know the environment. I get it. They're doing it. Precautionary measures.
Now we're starting to get those tornado reports confirmed here. LaFleur County NWS employee reports tornado at 5:58 p.m.
Okay.
Debris signature from KSRX. So they're starting to add those. to
Okay.
the
So
map.
we're adding those off.
Yeah. And those will slowly be added as we head throughout the overnight hours tonight and tomorrow. We'll have an idea of what exactly happened. Man, that one is a beast.
We got a problem. Let's see here. We're gonna have to cover this.
Yep.
Weather, this is Dan. What's up, Jesse?
That's getting into our covered area.
Absolutely, we do. Okay. Very rural southwest LaFleur County. So we're starting to get more reports on the local storm reports. But go ahead and take over this, Josh, real quick.
Yep. So we're gonna have to watch this storm closely. That is moving into.
Okay, so
switching that up
southwest LaFleur County,
We're watching the storm right now, just to the south of
which
Scott
is
County
by
right now.
Hanobia. So east of
notice,
Hanobia
still a
on Highway
warning with observed
144.
tornado
Here's the
tag.
report.
Right now for southeastern Scott
it
County in
was,
our coverage area.
Hanobia
remember,
debris signature
A
that
lot
was
of these
at
counties are not in our coverage
558.
area right now,
So
but
that's
southeastern
basically
Scott,
off
northern
of Highway
Polk, southwestern
144,
Yale, and
which
northern
is
Montgomery
east of
County right now
Hanobia. That
under
is an
tornado warning. That goes until
extreme southern
8:45
LaFleur
p.m.
County.
So they did an update on this.
Then we know there was
8:41.
another tornado that was northwest
The
of
area of
Black
rotation is
Fork.
near Opal, or
Very
16
close
miles
to
east of
Heavener, on the
Almeda. So
east
let's go
side
ahead
of
and zoom in on
Heavener,
that
there
right
was a
now.
tornado that touched down,
So if we
and
zoom
that
in
went
here,
towards
you can see there's
Monroe
the
and
area of
West
rotation that we're
Hartford.
watching right there. And I'm gonna
So
put
we
this
know
on
that
one
was
panel so you can
confirmed
see
as
that
well.
a little bit better. And oh man, it's tightening up pretty big.
Yep.
That's tightening up.
Yeah,
a lot
between
big.
Monroe and West Hartford.
So we're gonna have to watch this closely.
Now, if
Um,
you call emergency management, they should
Yep.
be able to tell you exactly
Dan, I think we need to
where there's damage.
get on this one.
I think so too.
Yeah, I don't see any PTDS tag on it, but it's definitely tightening up right now on this storm that is in now just grazing southern Scott County. So just to the south of Cedar Creek.
Yeah,
northwest
Mansfield
of
was
Odin,
in the
same.
past. Let's see here.
Let's zoom in here. Buck Knob, just to the south of you right now.
Hey, was there any? You think there was a
storm's
tornado
coming.
in Mansfield?
Yes,
Yeah, there
Yes.
was.
I think so.
So south of Greenwood, Midland,
Yeah, we're gonna have to watch this
Mansfield.
storm closely. Right now
Yeah,
in
that's
southern
where that
Scott
other
County.
confirmed
And you notice here
tornado
on the radar
was.
too.
It was very close to
Reflectivity,
Huntington.
very hard to see these on reflectivity. Rain wrapped, high precipitation, supercells that we're dealing with right
Fort
now.
Smith isn't going to see any
Um,
more storms.
So
They're
this
done.
is a pretty strong area that we're watching right now. But you
Yep.
go to storm relative velocity, we look
Yep.
at our velocity scan. There it is right there.
It's going to be
tight
really
wrap.
hard to find it.
And if we go
that
back just a few
fast. There
frames,
was
you can see
also a
this thing
tornado that
strengthening.
was confirmed.
Right about here, still pretty outflow dominant. And then you can see it tighten just a little bit as it
Let me go
moves
back. Hold on.
into
just a
southern
sec. Let me
Scott
go
County.
back
Moving out
6
of Polk
hours.
County
Hold on.
right now. So it's eastern Polk County. I know we have some friends who may live in the Mena area. That storm is well east of you now. So if you're Mena,
So there was
you're
also a
good.
confirmed tornado that
Um,
was in
But just to the west of Odin right now is what we're watching.
Hazel Valley, Durham. So it was on Highway
As far as any other
16. It would be
storms at this
east
current
of
time,
Elkins.
you still see a tornado warning.
There was a tornado
right now
that
over
touched
Ozone,
down there, but you won't
but
be able to
it
get
doesn't look like
anybody
there's
there.
anything going on
But
there, and that
that was
should be
by
allowed to
Cannon
expire.
Creek.
Really, it should
Cannon
be expired
Creek.
at this point.
you know where
That will
that's
expire
at?
in 3 minutes. So we're gonna go off of this storm right now. We'll continue to keep track of it.
Okay.
as
And then
we
there was
move northeast,
also
but the storm of note
damage that was reported in
is right
Huntsville with power
just to
outages.
the south of Scott County.
I think that might have been just wind, though. Yeah,
Let's see here.
but still intense. Yeah, definitely a confirmed tornado that was confirmed, right? There it is. Okay, there it is. There they went confirmed. Yeah, so that was the tornado. Good old Sunset again. It's always right there. It was just north of
26.
Sunset. So Wyola, Hazel Valley, that's where it touched down.
Yeah, you can see on this storm right here the difference is
Cannon Creek. If you go to
this
Cannon
storm
Creek,
right here,
you're going to
this
see
tornado
damage.
warning, which is an observed tornado, right? But not considerable damage tag.
Cannon like
This storm
artillery.
right
so
here
highway, if
has
you
a
go down
considerable
Highway
damage tag.
16 and drive
However, that's
past
south of our
Durham,
weather
you'll
coverage
see
area.
it,
So
which is
we're in
just
the
east of
clear with this
Elkins.
storm right now, at least for now, for northwest Arkansas and the River Valley. Now for this storm right now, though, just to the southeast of Scott County,
Yeah, that's a lot closer to Fayetteville. Yeah.
we're starting to see maybe some PTDS showing.
Do we
up
have
on
any other
this
reporter?
right now, just to the southeast of Scott County? Still not in our coverage area, but man, if you're near Cedar Creek, if you're near Buck Knob right now, just to the
I
southeast,
don't know,
if we
but
take a look here,
there has to be.
this is on U.S. Highway 270.
So
Going
there was
across US
also
Highway 270 right
there's
now.
also damage that was
You need to take
reported
your tornado precautions
near
right now,
Washburn,
'cause that's a very
and then
strong
going northeast,
rotation
and then
right
going
there,
towards Peter Pender, and then
just to the south of U.S. Highway 270 right now.
east of Peter Pender, right? Damage,
But this area of rotation is
Yeah.
kind of hugging the line right now.
and then
between,
by Altus and Denning, there was more. There was another
looks like
debris
Montgomery
there
counties
as
as well
well.
as
So
Scott
all
County.
of this
So we're
stuff is
hugging it-
farther
we're
away
hugging
from
it right
Fort
now.
Smith. You won't be able to get there. Hey, Jesse, we got to run
we
because
gotta
this is
run this.
crossing into Scott County, and I got to cover this.
Yep.
Okay. Bye.
So here we go.
Hold on just a second. They're recording sports, but.
So we're going to probably interrupt live coverage once again here just for this storm right now that's in southern Scott County, wrapping up rapid intensification with this storm. If you look at PTDS, still no signature at this time, but that can change very quickly. And this storm has been rapidly intensifying. So there it is again on reflectivity. Again, you can't really see the storm very well there, but then you go to storm relative velocity and boom, it's
And
there.
That's good old
Rain-
Southwest Arkansas.
Yep. Rain wrapped,
Messy garbage.
high precipitation cloud scrapers.
Ground scrapers, right?
Yep. Ground scrapers. Yep.
Cloud scrapers.
And that's a nice little storm chaser
Yeah.
lingo there. You don't want ground scrapers if you're going storm chasing
In the jungle.
in the jungle.
Very intense storm.
Very,
It's
very
just about
intense.
ready. So what's happening is they're recording sports. They're almost done. Don't go off of the audio yet.
Yep.
Let's go ahead and we can get set up for this. There it is, crossing the state line.
That's big time.
Gosh, that's just barely. Let's see. It just might barely miss Scott County.
Very strong winds though, maybe moving through Scott.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's just a little.
I think it's
bit
going to
to
be
the
just a
south.
little east, and then it goes into Yell County. We don't cover Yell County.
No.
Tough decision.
Man, it is rapidly intensifying.
Look, we
now.
talked about Y City.
We
It
did.
was really close.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the deal. Did they drop that tornado warning finally?
They did.
Okay, good.
It's gone.
Okay, here's the deal. I think we can hold off. Let's
I think
just
we
cover
can.
this on
Yep.
Facebook Live.
Yep.
I mean, it's like literally
It's
fractions
grazing.
of a mile
Yeah,
that it's moving into Scott County.
it's grazing it. Yep.
Okay. I've decided it's only flipping.
So yeah, these are the tough decisions that we have to make, in seconds. And so I do think this storm though is going to stay out of Scott County, at least a tornado.
Now we know that the others are still on, and we know they're still covering up programming. But here's the deal: these storms they're moving east, and they are on a weakening trend. At the moment, they're on a weakening trend. So that's why we're just covering it on Facebook Live. And I think that's a good decision. I think that's the right decision. So, yeah, Western Grove, you're fine.
You're good. You're good. All clear. By the way, here comes this tornado report, Stan. Another one near Arnett, in Washington County. Tornado confirmed there at 6:57 p.m. by the National Weather Service.
What's that now?
Near Arnett in Washington County, that a tornado was confirmed by the National Weather Service.
Okay, that's a new one. Yeah.
And that was the one that was near Huntsville.
Yep.
Right.
So Western Grove is ahead of the line, but here's the deal. The storm's not there yet, and it's starting to weaken. So just keep watching it. We'll keep watching it for you. People in Western Grove, south of Boone County, they're still watching it as well. So the storm's not completely through your area yet. There is a little bit of a circulation here that's starting to ramp up.
Yep,
That's
near Fort
tightening up.
Douglas.
All these circulations are going to continue, just kind of, popping up here and there.
And they will because of the amount of wind shear we have in
Yeah.
place.
But this storm right here
What does
is
that PTS
just,
say? Nothing.
it's just barely in southeastern Scott County. This is an extremely rural area. Still an intense storm though.
Very intense storm. Very strong winds at the least.
But it's just a fraction of the county.
They did.
And honestly, I don't even know if our signal goes out that far.
Yeah.
I really
but
don't.
that's why we're still here on Facebook.
We're still on
Live, so we
Facebook
can
Live.
talk
We're still
about this.
covering it. So
Yeah.
let's go back to some of the comments here. I don't want any of the white stuff. Dan Scoff is a target-rich environment tonight. Yeah, I know exactly. Target. A lot of people asking what's happening in their city, and rightfully so. That's why we're doing this. His Hunt Harmony clear. Well, some of these cities, man, I don't know every single city known to man, so
Yeah.
I do have to look up some of them. Just to let you know.
Hunt Harmony.
I'd like to know where that is. Hunt Harmony or Harmony, Arkansas? Harmony is in Johnson County.
Yeah.
And we already went through Harmony, so the storm's already through Harmony, but
Yep.
I'd never heard of a Hunt Harmony. Dan, I sent an email regarding Mega Doppler. Okay, I would love to know that. I'll check that out. Hopefully it's a good email, and hopefully I have to open it up. Yes.
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 Okay.
Here's another tornado, confirmed tornado.
So here's the deal, Anna. These reports are starting to come out more and more. Let me show you what we've got.
That was it. By the way, that tornado you're talking about in Mansfield just got confirmed by the National Weather Service. And then we had a.
So here's the new confirmation of
Yeah.
tornadoes, and they're doing it because of what's called the TDS. So there's Mansfield tornado debris signature 657.
Mhm.
If you want to know exactly where that's at,
it's going to be tough for. She might be able to get to Mansfield though.
No, yeah, Macy's heading there for the 10.
Okay, so it's going to be southwest of Mansfield, where the debris signature went through. Let's load up. We can't go back all the way on
But
that.
just confirming, Weather Service did confirm tornado.
Yes.
Yep, because there's debris on the radar, so we were able to see it. And then there was also another tornado like by Honobia, which is southwestern LaFleur County. And then there's another tornado in Washington County that's a little closer to us. Remember the 8-ball?
I remember the 8-ball.
Indubitably so.
The 8-ball is
Never
always
lies.
right. Yeah,
It
it never
didn't.
lies. Never does.
Arnett was the tornado.
That was that one. So we're gonna get more tornadoes confirmed as we go throughout the night, but there was quite a few.
Okay, I don't want to let our guard down here just in case. So let's go back to Mega Doppler with Cam. There's a circulation right there.
Whew, man.
But it's so close to getting out of the next volume scan. It'll be gone.
Still no PTDS confirmation. Though,
How high
which
is the
good.
radar, though? How high is the beam? Oh, it's not very far. Okay.
Yeah, not too bad. Let's look at the CC.
It's Hunt as well as Harmony, both in the relative area. Okay. All right. Yeah. Harmony's fine. Western Johnson County, you are all good. I made it through
Oh,
Huntsville
man.
at 728, ran into horizontal winds and lots of lightning on 412. Yeah, so this is getting to be so close to a confirmed tornado.
Yeah.
Keep that up. But look at that. I mean, we're talking like a fraction of the county. If there's a percentage, that's like 2% of the county
Yep.
that's getting clipped by a warning.
And it's just on the far southeast.
And it's
corner.
on a far, far, far southeastern corner. And that's going to be out. And then once it goes into Yell County, it's out of our weather coverage area. This is a Little Rock television market that's covering those storms.
Fort Chaffee reported tornado.
What?
Yeah, Fort Chaffee, Franklin County, Arkansas, 7:24 p.m. That one was just confirmed.
So that's a new one too.
Yep. Oh man. Remember how there was two different circulations?
Yeah.
That showed you really how strong it was. I mean, they were very close together too.
Two
Normally-
circulations. Boone and Newton counties are in the clear, not entirely, not all of it. Boone
Newton.
County, no, still circulation here, and I'm thinking these are tornado possibles, right?
They have to be.
Nope.
Hmm.
All right, none of those are.
Interesting.
That
That
is
is-
a beast.
That's more than tornado possible. That might be tornado.
Yeah, that's a beast. But it's next volume scan, it'll be gone.
Yep.
So there's just really the best thing to do is just cover this on Facebook Live. Can you imagine if the sun was still a factor right now? That would be trouble, Mark.
Trouble.
You know what? I want to look at the environment. If you're geeking out with me, let's do this because I would love to see what the environment is like right now. What is that storm relative velocity? What is all that stuff? Let's look at it when we look at the forecast tools. First of all, we're going to see the energy moving in on the comp map. So let's bring that up. Jeez,
Oh,
there's
yeah.
that short wave.
Yep.
There is the short. That is the energy that flung in. All right,
Yep.
I'm going to bring this up. Stand by.
And as soon as it did, boom, those storms took off. They were kind of petering around, not doing much. And then as soon as that
Boom.
kicked in, boom, tornado.
So here's what we're going to do. We're going to bring this up, bring it up on a larger screen. This is called the composite map. It's a really great way to view vorticity. Vorticity is essentially something that allows lift. And so if we look at the jet stream, the storm's turning negative tilt, very big dip in the jet stream. All right, so let's go back to SPC. Make sure you can still see this. You can. We're going to go to what's called forecast tools. We're going to go to observed sounding. Look and see what the observed sounding look like in Little Rock. That's pretty saturated. Not a lot of instability. Let's look at Shreveport.
lot of
That's a
instability.
lot more.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things that I see is that the critical angle is not quite 90 degrees. It's 50 degrees. So the storm motions aren't exactly perfect for long track, super violent tornadoes.
Yep. And we kind of saw that too when those tornado warnings were firing off.
Yeah.
They would be on the ground for a short while, then they would lift up and then intensify again, drop another one, lift up. We saw that with that long track supercell that started in North Texas at around 3:30 p.m. and then went through LaFleur counties and other areas. Which, by the way, we just got a new tornado warning there.
It's gonna be for
Logan, Montgomery, Perry, Scott, and Yale till 9:30 p.m.
that's that southeastern
Yep.
storm.
It is.
We'll show you that here too in
With-
just a
And
second.
that one is not a confirmed tornado. That's radar indicated,
Okay.
which makes sense because PTDS does not line up.
Yeah. We'll call it tornado detection, right?
Tornado detection.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because you're giving me PTSD.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
good.
The PTSD.
Everyone in the Plath, please take shelter. So, all right, let's go back real quick. Want to bounce
There's
back
that new
here.
tornado warning, and it's almost out completely.
Yep. So
Back
it
at-
just barely clipped Scott County.
Yeah.
That just wasn't worth interrupting everything. I know that it's a tough call. It's a tough situation, but here's the deal. A lot of people think as meteorologists, all we want to do is just talk and talk and talk and talk about weather. And the fact that we're doing that is so we can save lives about severe weather. We're not talking just to be on TV.
No, not at all. No, we don't interrupt broadcast when there's a rain shower moving through.
Yeah.
Or a cutoff low with just a bunch of rain. We don't
Yeah.
do that. We do it when there's tornadoes and when we have an environment favorable for tornadoes, and that was the case today. We saw plenty of tornado warnings,
Yeah.
and we were doing it to keep people safe and save some lives.
But what I want to say is yes, we're not on the air. We are still watching the storm, but we do respect your programming.
Yes.
We want you to be able to see what you want to see. I know probably my wife was frustrated that I covered up, Dateline.
Yeah.
Dateline's a great show. Love to watch it. Keith Morrison, one of the best.
Yep.
But at the same time, we got to provide a service. And so I know that the weather service out of Little Rock is watching this storm. I know that the Little Rock television market is watching this storm. I know Scott County's in our weather coverage area, but at the same time, this is in the extreme, and I mean extreme Southeast County, and there's not many people that live in the populations are very, very low in this. Does that mean that they don't deserve coverage? No, but we can stream away, as someone said. So there's a
There it is.
circulation now approaching Gravelly and Bluffton. Very intense circulation, and it's there.
It's there.
It's coming.
Yep.
So this is a tornado that's touching down very, very soon. I know exactly what you were looking for.
I love that.
This is a great product.
It's the best. It really is the best.
We literally jumped out of our seat when we started to look at some of the different
Dude.
tornadoes that have been in the past.
And we tested this thing too. We gave it very, very difficult to find tornadoes, and it passed it with flying colors.
yeah,
So this is going to be, it was great for tonight. It's going to be great for future tornado coverage as well. It really is.
Roby says you attention hogs. You think I want to talk all this time, lose my voice, and no, probably not.
I mean, we got a Razorback game tomorrow. If you're going, I mean,
Yeah.
you don't want to lose your voice for
No,
that.
no, you want to be able to cheer. So
Yeah.
a bus full of P Ridge students in Russellville, still waiting it out.
Remember, P. Ridge wanted to play the football game tonight.
Yeah,
Remember?
yep.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they didn't have a choice because it's in Russellville. But
Yep.
but anyways, there's D. Christensen. Great comment. Will this sell Miss Russellville?
Yep.
Nope, it won't.
It's moving towards it right now.
Yep. Now the circulation might be passing a little east of Russellville, but it's going to be very close. Yep. Yeah, good call. And a matter of fact, I got to get ready for Fox too.
Yep.
Vance Brock says tailgating very soon. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
By the way, bundle up.
Yeah.
If you're going tailgating,
Mid to upper 30s.
it's
for
gonna be
temperatures. Yeah.
really cold behind this system.
Yep, and those westerly winds at about 10 to 20 miles per hour as well is going to be biting out there. It's going to be football weather.
There's the new warning too. That's remember Altus?
Yep.
That had a tornado debris signature.
Yep.
There it is right there.
We may have had double-digit tornadoes. I mean, we're already getting this many reports.
Yeah. Yeah, the bus is going to have to wait. It's not going to miss Russellville. And it won't be out of there until like maybe an hour and a half. So, okay. Quick review. Starting to get loud in Harrison. Yep. And rightfully so. Here comes the storm. Okay, so quick review. Who needs to be watching the storm? Bergman, Harrison. It's still coming your way. Not really a whole lot of circulation on that, but regardless, some gusty winds, some severe weather potential south of that. Jasper, Mount Judy, Western Grove, you're in the path. You got Lurton, Limestone, Snowball, St. Joe, those areas. Searcy County, Newton County, you need to watch it. Leading edge of the line, Russellville hasn't encountered the storms yet. You're about to get the tornado warned portion of the storm. That's going to be passing really close. Polk County will be in a tornado warning most likely as this storm continues northeast. Polk County is not in our weather coverage area. This is in extreme southeastern Johnson County. And we got other storms as well, but everything's kind of quieting down on the I-49 corridor.
The tornado watch has been dropped along that.
Yep. Okay, so that's about it. 8:50. Josh, I'll let you go on until about 9 o'clock, and then we'll do the Fox 24 News at 9. But I got to switch out some batteries. I'll let you take over, and we also got Zach too.
Yep.
Zach's here.
Zach's here.
He's just
here.
chill. I think
He's
he's
just
half asleep
Hey, guys.
because I mean, how long have you been up?
Oh, since about 1:30.
This
This
yesterday morning?
Yeah, whenever time it is.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't have an idea. I believe that too. So, yeah, very, very busy. All right. Back to you, Josh. Back to you.
We'll wrap it up. Yes.
We got to switch out batteries.
Yeah, I bet. I bet. This has been a 3 hours and 52 minutes and counting.
3 hour tour.
All right, so let's take a look at Mega Doppler real quick. We'll have this up until 9 o'clock. But at this point, it does look like the majority of the counties in our coverage area are now out of the risk for tornadoes. Our far eastern counties in our coverage area are still under that risk at this current time. So the counties that we're watching, of course, right now for any more severe potential, obviously Boone, Newton County right now, Johnson County, Logan County, and then the very far eastern Scott County, though it does look like that rotation has now crossed the border between Scott and Yell County. So now it's moved out of our coverage area. So any rotation that we did have that was in Scott County, now out of the area. So all clear in Scott County with that storm for as far extremely south as it was. Looking through here right now, still watching these storms closely in Newton County right now for that area of rotation right now. Again, just very weak rotation right now. Nothing too major, but again, that can change any moment. So we'll continue to keep an eye on these storms right now in Newton County right now, as well as Boone County. But it does look like pretty much the majority of the counties in our coverage area are all clear. The only ones that need to continue to watch, once again, Boone, Newton, Johnson County, and I think Scott County's all clear at this point with that tornado warning storm.
So maybe a little later, on the window, we said till 1 a.m. and we kind of thought that might be a little pushing it.
Yes.
Just kind of looking at it and, in hindsight.
Yes.
But we wanted to account for that just in case.
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah.
The storms could sometimes come in a little bit later. They could come in a little bit earlier. I think they did come in a little bit earlier.
Yeah, they did.
Maybe.
It was pretty much.
It was pretty much on point with
the pretty on.
Yeah. That timing graphic that we had, 3 to 5 p.m. in the eastern Oklahoma counties, 5 to 9.
This is
it.
where we're at.
It's exactly what's going on.
Yep.
So we nailed the timing there.
Oh man, I got a lot of Look at the notifications.
Woo! I was hearing it. It was blowing up. Dun, 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 dun. Sounded like a
It
A
looked
band.
like the meme. Like, look at this, right? You know that the meme where it's like. So, anyways, there's the notifications. Okay,
Yes.
I got to get this
And-
show
and
set up.
You see this man behind me right here, Zach Gilday, absolute grinder.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a beast.
a beast,
Oh, no, it's not.
a beast in the gym and in the weather lab.
Yeah, he's like the Arnold Schwarzenegger here of the weather lab.
You want to do a flex for the camera?
Oh, no, it's not.
No gun show today.
No gun show today. He doesn't get to bless you with that.
Wow, look at that velocity now in Yale County. Danville really needs to watch this.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Well, how about that? Maybe showing up just a little bit.
We'll see.
We'll see what happens.
Mike Susko was like, "What was that tornado detection that you?"
I think he might add that up in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Yep. It's freaking awesome.
It's game.
It is awesome. Still watching these storms right now in Newton County, Dan. I mean, not very impressive right now, but they could certainly rotate at any time.
I don't even know where to start. I have to build this show fast.
Yeah. Maybe start with the setup of this system.
I'll start with the tornadoes.
Yeah, tornadoes. We do need to watch this little area in Newton County right now. Still not very impressive, but it's there. Strong winds.
Yep.
Right now, just to the northeast of Jasper.
Coming down in Western Grove. There's
Yep.
our Facebook
Yep.
user in Western Grove.
Coming
Yep.
down in Western Grove. Yep.
So
And
you
heavy rain about to move in right now.
need to watch that for sure.
Yep. We'll keep an eye on it. How long till this is over in Western Grove? Moving about 50, 60 miles per hour, probably out of here.
20
in
minutes.
20 minutes. It's going to be in and out quick. Somebody says show the guns. Zach, your fans.
Well, I'm wearing my
Oh
dress
wow,
shirt, so they're gonna
Albertson.
see
He
it.
looks ripped
Albertson.
himself.
He does look ripped.
Yeah.
Here, I'll show you the guns.
There you
Yeah.
go. Hey.
Out-angle you.
Oh, look at
Yeah.
that.
Yep. Yep. I got the
Pull it
running
out.
guns. Oh,
There you go.
yeah.
You can see the definition.
You can see the definition.
right there. Bam.
Now you want to see the running guns?
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah.
We're messing around here, but seriously, there's that bad storm in Yale County for sure.
Definitely. If you're in Danville area and you're watching Facebook Live or you have family down there, you need to be taking your tornado precautions because
I don't think that Polk County's covered honestly by. I think 4029 signal does go down to Polk County, but that's Little Rock's DMA.
it is. So, yep. Some of the other guys down there, James Brown.
Yale County is also Little Rock's DMA.
Yep. This storm, it does look pretty outflow dominant.
It's just the critical angle isn't lining up. Oh,
Yep.
hey, let's do this real quick.
Mhm.
Still go back to this sounding. We looked a little bit and geeked out a little, but not enough.
Not enough.
No.
There's never
Let me
enough.
look at the
geeking.
forecast tools. Let me look at the
Mesoanalysis.
mesoanalysis. I just want to look at this real quick because I'll never get to see it. 925, strong southeasterly component. That's something different. That's ahead of the storms, but there's the surface-based instability was non-existent for Northwest Arkansas. At least now it isn't.
Mhm.
Let's look at the 0 to 1 kilometer storm relativistic.
Whoa.
My goodness, that is a lot.
That is a ton.
Can you imagine if we had like 3,000 or 4,000 cape with a
Oh
cap?
my goodness, man, I can't.
It would have been just insane.
It would have been game on.
Look at the sig tor parameter fixed.
I think you take this same setup in the springtime.
Wow.
I think
Does
it's
that mean it drops down pretty quick into central Arkansas because of the lack of
Yep.
instability. So what's happening is the storm's going to outrace the instability. But okay, so that's what we were looking at. 0 to 3 kilometer cape, still there. But if you'll notice here that look at the line normal, 0 to 3 kilometer bulk shear. Wow, 50 knots, 60 knots. 60 knots. That storm could be any direction and it can produce.
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
You take this same setup, I think, in the spring where Cape usually isn't a problem. and instability usually isn't a problem, and it's wild.
Look at that circulation. Okay, I got to get back here.
Getting really scary in Western Grove. Thankfully, right now, Facebook user, no tornado warning at this time, just some strong winds moving through Western Grove right
Mhm.
now. Bus load here. Can we leave Russellville now and head to Pea Ridge?
No.
Do not do that yet. Because look at this. We zoom out here just a little bit, zoom in near Russellville. That storm is moving in right now just to your northwest. If you go along the interstate,
Yeah,
you're
you're
going to
gonna.
experience wind, rain. I think I would wait another hour plus. I wouldn't leave until 10 o'clock at the least.
Yeah, you don't want to be driving in this. It's
Yeah.
going to be scary for the kids. It's going to be scary for the bus driver, and it's
Yeah.
going to be basically not needed.
Yep.
They need to just wait.
Yep. So no, don't drive out of Russellville yet for Pea Ridge.
Okay, so let's take a
Well-
look. Wow, look at all those tornado reports, man.
Storming again in Omaha, pouring rain. Well, you see all this stuff though behind the system is just stratiform rain. No severe weather with this. No thunderstorms.
Maybe some light. Is there any lightning? There's got to be
That's a
some.
good.
Got to be some intracloud. Those anvil crawlers. No, not much.
Not much.
Shows you that system's ripping out.
Ripping on out of here. There's a few lightning strikes just to the south of Berryville, closer to the.
Actually, let's
The
do
storm
this.
system.
Let's go south to north. I'm gonna go south to north.
That's very true, Roby. Buses do catch a lot of wind,
Yeah.
and especially driving into it.
Wise words, Roby.
Wise words by Roby. If you know people in Danville or you live in Danville, you need to start taking your tornado precautions. That is a very strong rotation right now, just to the south of Waltrick, west of Ola. But you see how hard it is too on the reflectivity to find the rotations. This is high precipitation monsters for sure.
Yep.
Probably not the best day if you're a storm chaser with these storms.
Well, which is why we didn't hear many reports from
Exactly.
anybody.
That's why it's taken a while for these tornado reports to be confirmed by the National Weather Service as well. Western Grove getting some strong winds right now. Let's see here. Hector, Dover about to get some strong winds. Russellville, we previously mentioned, strong winds moving in right now. The tornado warning near Danville, still pretty strong circulation there. Seems like a little isolated cell that's got kind of its own energy that we still need to watch. Moving towards Russellville as well right now, though. At this time, Russellville's not under the tornado warning. Danville is. Still raining, and then Fayetteville, maybe a little bit more rain beginning to develop just to the west of Salem Springs right now. So, as you said, Dan, models took the L on that.
What was that? I didn't catch it.
The rain behind the storms.
Oh yeah.
It took the L there.
Yep.
Major L by the models. However, I will say this: the models did do a pretty good job with the evolution of this system.
They really did.
Pretty much
yeah.
nailed it.
Got to give credit where credit's due
Exactly.
sometimes.
Exactly.
Sorry, I'm just cramming away
Yeah.
because I've got a show here. And, are we doing this in a minute?
Yeah.
I haven't heard
So-
anything.
Do we drop Facebook Live or keep it up? Right.
We could keep it up real briefly. Let's
Yeah.
see. I think we're gonna have to drop off though.
Yep. 4 hours later.
Oh, you know why? Wrestling. Hey, I don't have IFB plugged in. Hold on.
So take a look at this, guys, before we top off here. Real quick.
Anna,
Look
how
at the
long do I have for
evolution
first weather?
of this system. Look at all these tornado warnings that we had
Okay.
with this system. Look at all this,
Oh,
guys.
wait, you have 2 minutes. Yeah, you have a 2-minute weather.
Watch
history
this.
log.
Can you do a
4
Can you
minutes
do
here.
a mega Doppler tour on that for,
Yep, I-
for me?
I can do that.
Okay. Let's look at the temperature drop.
Yeah, that would be pretty. Oh, yeah.
Holy, well, Grove.
Grove, man.
Good old
Trash.
Grove.
Yep.
39 for Grove.
Yep.
Not happening. You could bring up the first forecast, by the way,
Yeah, absolutely.
on the stream.
Yeah, we can do PCR full.
Yeah,
and
don't do it now.
Not do
because
it
it's
now,
black,
but we'll have
yeah.
to change the audio to
You're getting good at that.
this. Yep. Just need to get one time with it. And then-
Yeah, it just takes some practice, and it's
Yeah.
pretty nerve wracking when you're trying to do it. And we had it muted, and
Initially, yeah.
initially.
Uh,
Yep.
Look at all those confirmed tornado reports so far, and there will be more. There will be more
The
added.
tornado tie.
The tornado. Here we go. Hold on. There it is.
This worked.
Verified.
Again,
Verified.
I put
Yeah.
tornado tie activated early today.
Yep.
Early.
Domination.
Okay, so you'll have to do a radar tour for me. Okay.
Yep. Absolutely.
My pad died, too.
All right, guys. I'm going to switch this to the stream, not the stream audio, the audio now
PCR.
that Dan will have PCR audio. So hold on just one
You'll
second.
see a little bit of black.
Strong storms and have brought power outages and damage across Northwest Arkansas and the River Valley. Tonight on Fox 24 News at 9, we'll get the latest from our Weather Authority team. Plus,
I'm looking for maternity clothes since I'm expecting. And Lucy Barrows had commented on there and said that she might have some.
a local woman says she almost fell victim to the couple who are charged with murdering a Benton County woman and her unborn baby. We'll hear from her and how she's reacting to this news in just a bit as your news starts right now.
Your life, your news. You're watching Fox 24 News at 9.
We've been dealing with severe storms all over the viewing area this evening. Good evening, and thank you so much for joining us tonight at 9. I'm Anna Darling. Mike Allen is off tonight. Let's get you straight over to Chief Meteorologist Dan Scoff with more. Dan, you guys were on the air for like more than 3 hours. What was the latest on these storms? How did these develop?
It was a long one for sure, and there were multiple warnings. We still have some warnings that are ongoing. We'll get to those, but more and more tornado reports coming out from confirmed debris signatures on the radar. So we're starting off with our storm reports here showing you the multitude of tornadoes, and we see 5 already in our weather coverage area, including 1 wind damage report that could possibly be a tornado. Now let's go ahead and step through these. First of all, in McCurtain County, County Sheriff reports house destroyed with 1 injury. Now that is in McCurtain County, but that same storm moved northeast and then eventually made it just east of Honobia. And that is a debris signature at about 6 o'clock in the evening, meaning that the tornado was on the ground. It was picking up debris. And you saw, if you were watching our weather coverage, we knew immediately when that tornado was on the ground producing damage. Mansfield, 657 tornado debris signature as well. You can see that just to the east of south of Dayton and east of West Hartford. Then you had Fort Chaffee in Franklin County, and then we work our way northeastward into Franklin County. Report of a tree down across Highway 23. That is a power line that was knocked down. That could be a possible tornado. And then we know another debris signature was shown up at 746. And then in the meantime, we had another storm before that produced a tornado in Washington County. And that produced multiple tornado warnings as it went through northern Washington County, eastern Carroll County, as well as Boone County. So here's the satellite, here's the live radar loop. And again, this only goes back just about an hour, hour and a half. So there's all the storms moving out. We do want to take a look at Mega Doppler, and we'll do a quick radar tour. A few severe storms remain, and these are in southeastern Boone County and northeastern Newton County. On Facebook Live, we're still streaming our weather coverage, by the way, and a lot of people asking, including one Facebook user in Western Grove. The storm is right on top of you now, and thankfully, though, the tornado potential is dropping off. Damaging winds that are moving east of our weather coverage area. Let's continue to pan down. Pea Ridge school kids are trying to get back to Pea Ridge from Russellville. They still have to drive through this storm. And one last storm to look at. This is the tornado warned storm north of Onyx, south of Danville, that has some pretty strong circulation. That's going to be impacting Yell County. So a lot going on and a big temperature drop behind this system. Look at this, 50 in Tahlequah, 44 in Tulsa. Just a quick taste of the forecast first, and we'll show you that 7-day forecast for the first time tonight. Rain chances are dropping off dramatically. Much cooler day ahead tomorrow. Anna, we'll have more on that radar and take a look at everything else in the Fox 20 forecast.
All right, Dan, thank you so much. We'll check back with you in just a bit. Now, the storm did bring power outages to our area tonight. In Madison County, there's currently 300 reported outages. In Carroll County, there's more than 1,800. Taking a look at outages in the River Valley, more than 300 outages in Franklin County, and in Logan County, more than 2,100 outages have been reported. Now, for the latest updates on power outages, flooding, and damage in our area, download our Fox 24 News app. It's free in the Google Play and Apple App Store. We want to bring you an update tonight after federal authorities filed charges against 2 people accused in connection with the kidnapping and death of a Benton County pregnant woman. These are the suspects, Amber and Jamie Waterman. Federal authorities charged Amber Waterman with kidnapping resulting in death, and Jamie Waterman is charged with being an accessory after the fact of kidnapping resulting in death. Court documents say Amber Waterman.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and end the live broadcast, but thanks everyone for coming out. We'll continue to keep an eye on these storms, throughout the rest of the evening, but it does look like the majority of the severe weather threat is out of the area right now. Thanks again, everybody, for coming out. Stay safe out there, and have a great rest of your weekend.